On an exceptionally hot evening, early in July, a young man came out the garret in which he lodged, and asked place and walked slowly as though in hesitation towards Skee-Bridge. He had successfully avoided meeting his landlady on the staircase. His garret was under the roof of a high 5-storied house, and was more like a cupboard than a room. The landlady who provided him with garret, dinners, and attendance lived on the floor below, and every time he went out, he was obliged to pass her kitchen, the door which invariably stood open, and each time he passed, the young man had a sick, frightened feeling which made him scowl and feel ashamed. He was hopelessly in debt to his landlady, and was afraid of meat and gay. This was not because he was cowardly and abject, quite the contrary, but for some time past he had been in overstrained, irritable condition, verging on a hypochondria. He had become so completely absorbed in himself and isolated from his fellows that he dreaded meeting not only his landlady, but anyone at all. He was crushed by poverty, but the anxieties of his position had of late ceased to wait upon him. He had given up attending to matters of practical importance. He had lost all desire to do so. Nothing that any landlady could do had a real terror for him. But to be stopped on the stairs, to be forced to listen to her trivial, irrelevant gossip, to pestering demands for payment, threats, and complaints, and to rack his brains for excuses, to prevaricate, to lie no rather than that, he would creep down the stairs like a cat and slip out unseen. This evening, however, on coming out into the street, he became acutely aware of his fears. I won't attempt to think like that, and I'm frightened by these trifles, he thought, with an old smile. Yes, all is at a man's hands, and he lets it all slip from cowardice. That's an axiom. It would be interesting to know what it is men are most afraid of. Taking a new step, uttering a new word, is what they fear most. But I'm talking too much. It's because I'm chatter that I do nothing. Or perhaps it is that, and I chatter because I do nothing. I've learned to chatter this last month, lying full days together in my den thinking of the Jack the Giant Killer. Why am I going there now? Am I capable of that? Is that serious? It is not serious at all. It's simply a fantasy to amuse myself, a plaything. Yes, maybe it is a plaything. The heat in the street was terrible, and the airlessness, the bustle and the plaster, scaffolding, bricks, and dust all about him, and that special Petersburg stench, so familiar to all who are unable to get out of town in summer, all worked painfully upon the young man's already overwrought nerves. Their insufferable stench from the pot-houses, which are particularly numerous in that part of the town, and the drunken man who he met continually, although it was a working day, completely verrückting misery of the picture. An expression of the profoundest disgust gleamed for a moment in a young man's refined face. He was, by the way, exceptionally handsome, above the average in height, slim, well-built, with beautiful dark eyes and dank brown hair. Soon he sank into the deep thought, or more accurately speaking, into a complete blackness of mind. He walked along not observing what was about him and not caring to observe it. From time to time he would mutter something from the habit of talking to himself to which he had just confessed. At these moments he would become conscious that his ideas were sometimes in a tangle, that he was very weak. For 2 days he had scarcely tasted food. He was so badly dressed that even a man accustomed to the chabernas would have been ashamed to be seen in the street in such a rag. In that quarter of the town, however, scarcely any shortcoming in dress would have created surprise, owing to the proximity of the Haymarket. A number of establishments of bad character, the preponderance of the trading and working-class population crowded in these streets and alleys in the heart of Petersburg. Types of various were to be seen in the streets that no figure, however queer, would have caused surprise. But there was such accumulated bitterness and contempt in the young man's heart that in spite of all fastidiousness of youth, he minded his rags least of all in the street. It was a different matter when he met the acquaintances or with the former fellow students, whom indeed he disliked meeting at any time. And yet, when a drunken man who, for some unknown reason, was being taken somewhere in a huge wagon dragged by a heavy dray horse, suddenly shouted at him as he drove past, "I wear," German hatter, bawling at the top of his voice and pointing at him, the young man stopped suddenly and clutched tremulously at his hat. It was a tall, round hat from the Zimmermans, but completely worn out, bristly with age, button, and bespattered brimless, and bent on one side in a most unseemly fashion. Not shame, however, but quite another feeling akin to terror had overtaken him. "I knew it," he murmured in confusion. "I thought so. That's the worst of all. Why a stupid thing like this, the most trivial detail, might spoil the whole plan. Yes, my hat is too noticeable. It looks absent, but makes it noticeable. With my rags I ought to wear a cap and a sort of old pancake, but not this grotesque thing. Nobody views such a head. It would be noticed a mile off. It would be remembered. What matters is that people would remember it, and that would give them a clue. For this business one should be as little conspicuous as possible. Trifles are what matter. Why, it's just such trifles, but always ruining everything." He had not far to go. He knew indeed how many steps it was from the gate of his lodging house. Exactly 730. He had counted them once, when he had been lost in dreams. At the time he had put no faith, and those dreams, and was only tantalizing himself by their hideous but daring recklessness. Now, a month later, he had begun to look upon them differently, and in spite of the monologues in which he did as his own impotence and indecision, he had involuntarily come to regard this hideous dream as an exploit to be attempted, although he still did not realize this himself. He was positively going now for a rehearsal of his project, and at every step his excitement grew more and more violent. With a sinking heart and a nervous tremor, he went up to a huge house, which on one side looked onto the canal, and on the other into the street. This house was let out into a tiny tenement, and was inhabited by working people of all kinds, tailors, locksmiths, cooks, Germans of sorts, girls picking up the living as best they could, petty clerks, etc. There was a continual coming and going to the two gates, and in the two courtyards of the house. 3 or 4 doorkeepers were employed on the building. The young man was very glad to meet none of them, and at once slipped unnoticed to the door on the right and up the staircase. It was a back staircase, dark and narrow, but he was familiar with it already and knew his way, and he liked all these surroundings. In such darkness, even the most inquisitive eyes will not be dreaded. If I am so scared now, what would it be if it somehow came to pass what I were really going to do? I could not help asking himself as he reached the 4th story. There his progress was barred by some porters who were engaged in moving furniture out of the flat. He knew that the flat had been occupied by a German clerk in the civil service and his family. This German was moving out then, and so the 4th floor on the staircase would be untenanted except by the old woman. That's a good thing anyway, he thought to himself as he rang the bell of the old woman's flat. The bell gave a faint tinkle, as though it were made of tin and not of copper. The little flats in such houses always have bells that drink like that. He had forgotten the note that bow, and now its peculiar tinkle seemed to remind him of something, and to bring it clearly before him. He started. His nerves were terribly overstrained by now. In a little while, the door was opened a tiny crack. The old woman eyed her visitor have evident distrust to the crack, and nothing could be seen but her little eyes glittering in the darkness. But seeing a number of people on the landing, she grew bolder and opened the door wide. The young man stepped into the dark entry, which was partitioned off from the tiny kitchen. The old woman stood facing him in silence and looking inquiringly at him. She was a diminutive, withered-up old woman of 60, with sharp, malignant eyes and a sharp little nose. Her colorless, somewhat grizzled hair was thickly smeared with oil, and she wore no kerchief over it. Round her thin long neck, which looked like the hand's leg, was knotted some sort of flannel rag, and in spite of the heat, there hung flapping on her shoulders an mangy forecape, yellow with age. The old woman coughed and groaned at every instant. The young man must have looked at her with a rather peculiar expression, for the gleam of mischief came into her eyes again. "A scarlet of a student. I came here a month ago." The young man made haste to murmur. The old woman cooed and groaned at every instant. The young man must have looked at her with a rather peculiar expression, for a gleam of mistrust came into her eyes again. "Raskolnikov, his student. I came here a month ago," the young man made a haste to mutter, with a half-bow, remembering that he ought to be more polite. "I remember, my good sir, I remember quite well that you were coming here," the old woman said distinctly, still keeping her inquiring eyes on his face. "And here I am again on the same errand," Raskolnikov continued, a little disconcerted and surprised at the old woman's mistrust. "Perhaps she is always like that, though, only I did not notice it the other time," he thought with an uneasy feeling. The old woman paused, as though hesitating, then stepped on the one side, and pointing to the door of the room, she said, letting her visitor pass in front of her, "Step in, my good sir." The little room into which the young man walked, with the yellow paper on the walls, geraniums, a muslin curtain on the windows, was brightly lighted up at the moment by the setting sun. "So the sun will shine like this, too," flashed as it were chance, flushed as it were by chance, to Raskolnikov's mind, and with a rapid glance he scanned everything in the room, trying as far as possible to notice and remember its arrangement. But there was nothing special in the room. The furniture, all very old and of yellow wood, consisted of a sofa with a huge bent wooden back, an oval table, and front the sofa, a dressing table with a looking-glass fixed on it between the windows, chairs along the walls, and 2 or 3 halfpenny prints in yellow frames representing German damsels, the birds in their hands. That was all. In the corner a light was burning before a small icon. Everything was very clean. The floor and the furniture were brightly polished. Everything shone. Lizaveta spoke through the young man. There was not a speck of dust to be seen in the whole flat. It's in the house as spiteful old windows that one finds such a cleanliness. Raskolnikov felt again, and he stole a curious glance at the cotton curtain over the door leading into another tiny room, into which stood the old woman's bed and chest of drawers, and into which he never looked before. These 2 rooms made up the whole flat. "What do you want?" the old woman said severely, coming into the room and as before standing in front of him so as to look him straight in the face. "I've brought something to pawn here," and he drew out of his pocket an old-fashioned flat silver watch. on the back of which was engraved a globe. The chain was of steel, but the time is up for your last pledge. The month was up the day before yesterday. I'll bring you the interest for another month. Wait a little. But that's for me to do as I please, my good sir. To wait or to sell, you'll pledge at once. How much will you give me for the watch, Alyona Ivanovna? You come with such trifles, my good sir. It's scarcely worth anything. I gave you 2 rubles last time for your ring, and one could buy it quite anew at Duris for 1.5 rubles. Give me 4 rubles for it, I shall redeem it. It was my father's. I shall be getting some money soon. 1.5 rubles in interest in advance, if you like. 1.5 rubles, cried the young man. Please yourself. And the old woman handed him back the watch. The young man took it, and was so angry that he was at the point of going to away, but checked himself at once, remembering that there was nowhere else he could go, and that he had another object also in coming. Hand it over, he said roughly. The old woman fumbled in her pocket for her keys and disappeared behind the curtain into the other room. The young man, left standing alone in the middle of the room, listened inquisitively, thinking. He could hear how unlocking the chest the drawer was. It must be the tub drawer, he reflected, so he carries the keys in a pocket on the right. All one binds on a steel ring, and there is no key fair, 3 times as big as all the others, with deep notches. That can't be the key of the chest of drawers. Then there must be some other chest or strong box that's worth knowing. Strong boxes always have keys like that, but how degrading it all is. The old woman came back. Here, sir. As we say, 10 kopecks the ruble a month. So I must take 15 kopecks from the ruble, and 1/2 for the month in advance. But for the 2 rubles I lent you before, you owe me now 20 kopecks on the same reckoning in advance. That makes 35 kopecks altogether. So I must give you 1.15 rubles for the watch. It is what? Only 1.15 rubles now? Just so. The young man did not dispute it, and took the money. He looked at the old woman, and was in no hurry to get away, as though there was still something he wanted to say what to do, but he did not himself quite know what. I may bring you something else in a day or 2, Alyona Ivanovna, a valuable thing, silver, a cigarette box, as soon as I get it back from a friend. He broke off in confusion. Well, we will talk about it then, sir. Goodbye. Are you always at home alone? Your sister is not here with you? He asked her as casually as possible as he went out in the passage. What business is she of yours, good sir? Or no particular, simply ask. You are too quick. Good day, Alyona Ivanovna. The Raskolnikov went out in the complete confusion. This confusion became more and more intense. As he went down the stairs, he stopped short 2 or 3 times, as though suddenly struck by some foot. When he was in the street, he cried out, "Oh God, how loathsome it all is, and can I possibly? Now it's nonsense. It's rubbish," he added resolutely. "And how could such an atrocious thing come into my head? What filthy things my heart is capable of. Yes, filthy, above all, disgusting, loathsome, and for all the whole month I've been, but no words, no exclamations could express his agitation. The feeling of intense repulsion, which had begun to oppress him and torture his heart while he was on his way to the old woman, had by now reached such a pitch, and had taken such a definite form, that he did not know what to do with himself to escape from his wretchedness. He walked along the pavement like a drunken man, regardless of the passers-by and jostling against them, and only came to his senses when he was in the next street. Looking round, he noticed that he was standing close to a tavern, which was entered by steps leading from the pavement to the basement. At that instant 2 drunken men came out the door, and abusing and supporting one another, they mounted the steps. Without stopping to think, Raskolnikov went down the steps at once. Till that moment he had never been into the tavern, but now he felt giddy and was tormented by a burning thirst. He longed for a drink of cold beer, and attributed his sudden weakness to the want of food. He sat down at a sticky little table in a dark and dirty corner, ordered some beer, and eagerly drunk off the first glassful. At once he felt easier, and his thoughts became clear. "All that's nonsense," he said hopefully, "and there is nothing in it all to worry about. It's simply physical derangement. Just a glass of beer, a piece of dry bread, and in one moment the brains is stronger, the mind is clearer, and the will is firm. Fear, how utterly it all is." But in spite of this calmful reflection, he was by now looking cheerful, as though he were suddenly set free from a terrible burden, and he gazed round in a friendly way at the people in the room. But even at that moment he had a dim foreboding that his happier frame of mind was also not normal. There were people at the time in the tavern, beside the 2 drunken men he had met on the steps, a group consisting of about 5 men and a girl. The third concertina had gone out at the same time. Their departure left the room quiet and rather empty. The persons still in the tavern were a man who appeared to be an artisan, drunk, but not extremely so, sitting before a pot of beer, and his companion, a huge stout man with a grey beard and a short full-skirted coat. He was very drunk, and had dropped asleep on the bench. Every now and then he began, as though in his sleep, cracking his fingers, with his arms wide apart, and with the upper part of his body bounding about on the bench, while he hummed some meaningless refrain, trying to recall some such lines as these: "His white ear he fondly loved, his white ye he fondly loved." Or suddenly you waking up again, walking along the crowded row, he met the one he used to know. But no one shared his enjoyment. His silent companion looked with his positive hostility and mistrust at all these manifestations. There was another man in the room who looked somewhat like a retired government clerk. He was sitting apart, now and then sipping from his pot and looking round at the company. He, too, appeared to be in some agitation. Raskolnikov was not used to crowds, and, as she said before, he avoided society of every sort, more especially of late. But now, all at once, he felt a desire to be with other people. Something new seemed to be taking place within him, and with it he felt a sort of thirst for company. He was so weary after a whole month of concentrated wretchedness and gloomy excitement that he longed to rest, if only for a moment, in some other world, whatever it might be, and in spite the filthiness of the surroundings, he was glad now to stay in the tavern. The master of the establishment was in another room, but he frequently came down some steps into the main room, his jaunty, tired boots with rattan overtops coming into the view each time before the rest of his person. He wore a full coat and a horribly greasy black satin waistcoat with no cravat, and his whole face seemed smeared with oil like an iron lock. At the counter stood a boy of about 14, and there was another boy somewhat younger, who handed whatever was wanted. On the counter lay some sliced cucumber, some pieces of dried black bread, and some fish. Shut up small, all smelling very bad. It was insufferably close, and so heavy with the fumes of spirits that 5 minutes in such an atmosphere might well make a man drunk. There are chance meetings with strangers that interest us from the first moment, before a word is spoken. Such was the impression made on Raskolnikov by the person sitting a little distance from him. He looked like a retired clerk. The young man often recalled this impression afterwards, and even ascribed it to the presentiment. He looked repeatedly at the clock, partly no doubt because the latter was staring persistently at him, obviously anxious to enter into conversation. At the other persons in the room, including the tavern keeper, the clerk looked as though he were used to their company and weary of it, showing a shame of condescending contempt for them as persons of station and culture inferior to his own, with whom it would be useless to him to converse. He was a man over 50, bald and grizzled, of medium height and stoutly built. His face, bloated from continual drinking, was of a yellow, even greenish, tinged with swollen eyelids, out of which keen reddish eyes gleamed like little chinks. But there was something very strange in him. There was a light in his eyes as though intense feeling, perhaps there were even though an intelligent, but at the same time there was a gleam of something like madness. He was wearing an old and hopelessly ragged black dress coat, with all its buttons missed except one, and that one he had buttoned, evidently clinging to his last trace of respectability. A crumpled chat front, covered with spots and stains, protruded from his canvas waistcoat. Like a clock, he wore no beard, no moustache, but had been so long shaven that his chin looked like a still grayish brush, and there was something respectable and like an official about his manner too. But he was restless, he ruffled up his hair, and from time to time let his head drop into his hands dejectedly, resting his racked elbows on the stained and sticky table. At last he looked straight at Raskolnikov and said loudly and resolutely, "May I venture on it, sir, to engage you in polite conversation, forasmuch as, though your exterior would not command respect, my experience admonishes me that you are a man of education and not accustomed to drinking. I have always respected education when in conjunction with the genuine sentiments, and I am, besides a titular counselor on rank, Marmeladov, such is my name, titular counselor. I may bold to inquire, have you been in the service?" "No, I'm studying," answered the young man, somewhat surprised at the grandiloquent style of the speaker, and also at being so directly addressed. In spite of the momentary desire, he had just been feeling for company of any sort. On being actually spoken to, he felt immediately his habitual irritable and an easy aversion for any stranger who approached or attempted to pride him. "A student, then, a formerly student," cried the clerk. "Just what I thought. I'm a man of experience, immense experience, sir," and he tapped his forehead with his fingers in self-approval. "You've been a student or have attended some learned institution. But on me," he got up, staggered, looked up his jack and glass, and sat down beside the young man, facing him a little sideways. He was drunk, but spoke fluently and boldly, only occasionally losing the thread of his sentences and drawing his words. He pounced upon Raskolnikov as greedily as though he, too, had not spoken to a soul for a month. "Honest sir," he began, almost with solemnity, "poverty is not a vice. That's a true saying. Yet I know, too, that drunkenness is not a virtue, and there are this even truer. But beggary, honest sir, beggary is a vice, and poverty you may still retain your innate nobility of soul, but in beggary, never, no one. For beggary a man is not chased out of human society with the stick. He is swept out with the broom, so as to make it as humiliating as possible. And quite right, too, forasmuch as in beggary I am ready to be first to humiliate myself. Hence, the Pala House. Honored sir, a month ago, Mr. Libizadnikov gave my wife a beating, and my wife is a very different matter from me. Do you understand? allow me to ask you another question out of the simple curiosity. Have you ever spent a night on a hay barge on the Neva?" "No, no, I have not happened to," answered Raskolnikov. "What do you mean?" "Well, I've just come from one of the fifth nat. I've slept so." He filled his glass, emptied it, and paused. Bits of hay were in fact clinging to his clothes and sticking to his hair. It seemed quite probable that he had not undressed or washed for the last 5 days. His hands particularly were filthy. They were fat and red, and black nails. His conversation seemed to excite a general thought-languid interest. The boys at the counter fell to sniggering. The innkeeper came down from upper room, apparently on purpose to listen to the funny feller, and sat down at the little distance, yawningly lazily, with the dignity. Evidently Marmalade was a familiar figure here, and he had most likely acquired his weakness for the high-flown species from the habit of frequently entering into conversation with strangers of all sorts in the tavern. This habit develops into a necessity in some drunkards, and especially in those who are looked after sharply and kept in order at home. Hence, in the company of other drinkers, they try to justify themselves, and even, if possible, obtain consideration. "Funny feller," pronounced the innkeeper. "And why don't you work? Why aren't you at your duty? And you are in the service." "Why am I not at my duty on it, sir?" Marmeladov went on, addressing himself exclusively to Raskolnikov, as though it had been he who put that question to him. "Why am I not at my duty? Does not my heart ache to think what a useless worm I am? A month ago, when Mr. Libazadnikov beat my wife with his own hands, I lay drunk. Didn't I suffer? Excuse me, young man, has it ever happened to you, while to petition hopelessly for a loan?" "Yes, it has. What do you mean by hopelessly?" "Hopelessly, and with a foolish sense, when you know beforehand which you will get nothing by it. You know, for instance, beforehand, this positive certainty that this man, this most reputable and exemplary citizen, will on no consideration give you money. And indeed, I ask you, why should be? For he knows, of course, that I shan't paid back from compassion. But Mr. Libazadnikov, who keeps up the modern ideas, explained the other day that compassion is forbidden nowadays by science itself, and that what is done now in England, where there is a political economy. Why, I ask you, should he give it to me? And yet, though I know beforehand that he wants, I set off to him and—" "Why do you go?" put in Raskolnikov. "Why? When one has no one, nowhere else one can go. For every man must have somewhere to go, since there are times when one absolutely must go somewhere. And my own daughter first went out with a yellow ticket, and I had to go. For my daughter has a yellow passport, he added in parenthesis, looking with the certain uneasiness at the young man. No matter, sir, no matter, he went on, hardly with apparent composure, when both the boys at the counter coughed and even the innkeeper smiled. No matter, I am not confounded by their wagging up their heads, for everyone knows everything about it already, and all that is secret is made open. And I accept it all, not with contempt, but with humility. So be it, so be it. Behold the man. Excuse me, young man, can you? Now, to put it more strongly and more distinctly, not. Can you, but dare you, looking upon me, I said what I am, not a pig. The young man did not answer a word. Well, the orator began again stolidly and with even increased dignity, after waiting for the laughter and the murmurs to subside. Well, so bad. I'm a pig, but she's a lady. I have the semblance of the beast, but Katerina Ivanovna, my spouse, is a person of education and an officer's daughter. Granted, I am a scoundrel, but she is a woman of the noble heart, full of sentiment, refined by education, and yet, oh, if only she felt for me. Honest, sir, you know every man ought to have at least one place where people feel for him. But Katerina Ivanovna, though she is unmagnanimous, she is unjust, and yet, although I realize that when she pulls my hair, she only does it out of pity. Though I repeat without being ashamed, she pulls my hair, young man, he declared, of redoubled dignity, hearing the sniggering again. But my God, if she would but once. But no, it's all in wine, and it's no use talking, nor than stalking, for more than once. My wench, this come true, and more than once she has felt for me, but such is my fate, and I am abased by nature. Rather, assented the innkeeper, yawning. Murmuradov struck his fist resolutely on the table. Such is my fate, such is my fate. Do you know, Osor, do you know I have saw her wear stockings for drink? Not for her shoes. That would be more or less in the order of things. But her stockings I have sold for drink. Her mohair shawl I sold for drink, a present to her long ago. Her owned property, not mine. And we lived in a cold room, and she called this winter, and has begun coughing and spitting blood too. We have 3 little children, and Katerina Ivanovna is at work from morning till night. She is scrubbing and cleaning and washing the children, though she's been used to cleanliness from a child. But her heart is weak, and she has a tendency to consumption, and I feel it. Do you suppose I don't feel it? And the more I drink, the more I feel it. That's why I drink too. I try to find sympathy and feeling in drink. I drink so that I may suffer twice as much." And as though in despair he laid his head down on the table. "Young man," he went on, raising his head again, "in your face I seem to read some trouble of mind. When you came in I read it, and that was why I addressed you at once. For in unfolding to you the story of my wife, I do not wish to make myself a laughing-stock before these idle listeners, who indeed know all about it already, but I am looking for a man of feeling and education. Know that my wife was educated in a high-class school for the daughters of noblemen, and on leaving she danced the shawl dance before the governor and other personage, for which she was presented with the Garl medal and a certificate of merit. The medal, while the medal of course was sold long ago, but the certificate of merit is in her trunk still, and not long ago she showed it to our landlady. And although she is most continually on bad terms with the landlady, yet she wanted to tell someone or other of her past honors, of the happy days that are gone. I don't condemn her for it. I don't blame her, for the one thing left her is recollection of the past, and all the rest is dust and ashes. Yes, yes, she is a lady of spirit, proud and determined. She scrubs the floors herself, and has nothing but black bread to eat, but won't allow herself to be treated with disrespect. That's why she would not overlook Miss Louisiatnika's rudeness to her, and so when he gave her a baiting furt, she turned her back from the hurt to her feelings, than from the blows. She was a widow when I married her, with 3 children, one smaller than the other. She married her first husband, an infantry officer, for love, and run away with him from her father's house. She was exceedingly fond of her husband, but he gave way to cars, got into trouble, and at that he died. He used to beat her at the end, and although she paid him back, of which I have authentic documentary evidence, to this day she speaks of him with tears, and she throws him up to me, and I am glad that though only in imagination, she should think of herself as having once been happy, and she was left at his death with 3 children in a wild and remote district where I happened to be at the time, and she was left in such hopeless poverty that although I have seen many ups and downs of all sort, I don't feel equal to describing it. Even her relations had all thrown her off, and she was proud, too extensively proud. And then, on it, sir, and then I being at the time a widower, with the daughter of 14 left me by my first wife, off my hand, for I could not bear the sight of such suffering. You can judge the extremity of her calamities, that she, a woman of education and culture, and distinguished family, should have consented to be my wife. But she did, weeping and sobbing and wringing her hands. She married me, for she had nowhere to turn. Do you understand, sir? Do you understand what it means when you have absolutely nowhere to turn? No, but you don't understand yet. And for a whole year I performed my duties consciously and faithfully, and it did not touch this. He tapped the duck with his finger, for I have feelings. But even so, I could not please her. And then I lost my place too, and that through no fault of mine, but through changes in the office. And then I did touch it. It will be a year and a half ago soon since we found ourselves at last, after many wanderings and numerous calamities, in this magnificent capital adorned with innumerable monuments. I obtained this situation. I obtained it, and I lost it again. Do you understand? This time it was through my own fault. I lost it, for my weakness had come out. We have now a part of the room at the Amalia Fedorovna with the Pavessels, and what we lived upon, and what we pay our rent with, I could not say. There are a lot of people living there besides ourselves. Dirt and disorder, a perfect bedlam. And meanwhile my daughter by my first wife has grown up. And what my daughter has had to put up from her stepmother while she was growing up, I won't speak of. For though Alyona Ivanovna is full of generous feelings, she's a spirited lady, irritable and short-tempered. But it's no use going over that. Sana, as you may well fancy, has had no education. I did make an effort 4 years ago to give her a course of geography and universal history, but as I was not very well up in those subjects myself, and he had no suitable books, and what books we had, anyway, we have not even those now, so all our instruction came to an end. We stopped at Tharas of Persia, since she had attained years of maturity. She has read other books of romantic tendency, and of late she had read with great interest a book she got through Mr. Lizabatnikov. Louis' Psychology. Do you know it? And even recounted its extracts from it to us. And that's the whole of her education. And now on my own venture to address you on it, sir, on my own account, with a private question. Do you suppose that a respectable poor girl can earn much, not honest work? Not 15 farthings a day can she earn, if she is respectable, and it has no special talent, and that's without putting her work down for an instant. And what's more, Ivan Ivanovitch Klubstack, the civil councillor, have you heard of him? Has not this day paid her for the half-dozen linen shirts she made him, and drew her roughly away, stamping and reviling her on the pretext that the shirt collars were not made like the pattern and were put in askrew. And there are the little ones hungry, and Katerina Ivanovna walking up and down and wringing her hands, her cheeks flushed red, as they always are in that disease. Here you live with us, says she. You eat and drink, and are kept warm, and you do nothing to get. And much she gets to eat and drink, and there's not a crust through a little wants for 3 days. I was lying at the time, well, what of it? I was lying drunk, and I heard my Sonia speaking. She's a gentle creature with a soft little voice, fair hair, and such a pale, thin little face. She said, Alyona Ivanovna, am I really to do a thing like that? And Darya Francisovna, a woman of evil character and a very well known to the police, had 2 or 3 times tried to get at her through the landlady. And why not? Said Katerina Ivanovna, with a jeer. You are something late prescience to be so careful of. But don't blame me. Don't blame her. Anna said, don't blame her. She was not herself when she spoke, but driven to distraction by her illness and the crying of hungry children, and it was set more to wound her than anything else. For that's Katerina Ivanovna's character, and when children cry, even from hunger, she falls to beating them at once. At 6 o'clock I saw Sonia get up, put on her kerchief and her cape, and go out the room, and about 1 o'clock she came back. She walked straight up to Katerina Ivanovna, and she laid 30 rubles on the table before her in silence. She did not utter a word, but did not even look at her. She simply picked up our big green Tormented shoals. We have a shoal made of a film, put it over her head and face, and lay down on the bed with her face onto her bow. Only her little shoulders and her body kept shuddering. And I went on lying there just as before. And then I saw, young man, I saw Katerina Ivanovna in the same silence go up to the Sona's little bed. She was on her knees all the evening kissing Sona's feet, and would not get up, and then they both fell asleep in each other's arms together. Yes, and I lay drunk. Marmelev stood, as though his voice had failed him. Then he hardly filled his glass, drummed, and cleared his throat. Since then, sir, he went on after a brief pause, since then, owing to unfortunate occurrence, and through information given by the evil-intentioned persons, in all which Darya Francisovna took a leading part on the pretext that she had been treated with one of respect, since then my daughter Sofya Semyonovna has been forced to take a yellow ticket, and owing to that she is unable to go on living with us. For our landlady, Amalia Fyodorevna, would not he a third, though she had backed up Darya from Tzavna before, and a Mr. Lebeziatnikov too. All the trouble between him and Katerina Ivanovna was on the Solace account. At first, he was from making up to Sola himself, then all of a sudden he stood on his dignity. "How," said he, "can a highly educated man like me live in the same rooms with a girl like that?" And Grina Anana would not let it pause. She stood up for her. And so that's how it happened. And Sonic comes to us now, mostly of the dark. She comforts Katerina Ivanovna and gives her all she can. She has a room at the Kapernaumovs, the tailors. She lodges with them. Kapernaumov is a lame man, has a cleft palate, and all of his numerous family has cleft palates too. And his wife too has a cleft palate. They all live in one room, but Sana has her own. But Tishanovt, yes, they're poor paper, and all with cleft palates. Yes. Then I got up in the morning and put up on my rags, lifted up my hands to heaven and said to His Excellency Ivan Afanasievich, he excel? His Excellency Afanasievich, do you know him? No? Well, then it's a man of God you don't know. He's wags before the face of the Lord, even as wags smiled have. His eyes were dim when he heard my story. Marmeladov, once already you have deceived my expectations. I'll take you once more on my own responsibility. That's what he said. Remember, he said, and now you can go. I kissed the dust at his feet, and Ford only, for in reality he would not have allowed me to do it. Being a statesman and a man of modern political and enlightened ideas. A return home, when I announced, when I'd been taken back into the service, I should receive a salary. Heavens, what a to-do there was. Marmeladov stopped again in a violent excitement. At that moment a whole party of revelers, already drunk, came in front the street, and the sounds of a hired concertina and the cracked pegging voice of a child of 7 singing. The hamlets were heard in the entry. The room was filled with noise. The tavern keeper and the boys were busy with the newcomers. Marmeladov, paying no attention to the new arrivals, continued his story. He appeared by now to be extremely weak, but as he became more and more drunk, he became more and more talkative. The recollection of his recent success in getting to the situation seemed to revive him, and was positively reflected in a sort of radiance on his face. Raskolnikov listened attentively. That was 5 years ago, sir. Yes. As soon as Katerina Ivanovna and Sonia heard of it, mercy on us, it was as though I stepped into the kingdom of heaven. It used to be, you cannot lie like a beast, nothing but abuse. Now they were working on tiptoe, hushing the children. Semyon Zaharovitch is tired with his work at the office. He is resting. They made me coffee before I went to work and boiled cream for me. They began to get real cream for me. Did you hear that? And how they managed to get together my money for the decent outfit, 11 rubles 50 kopecks. I can't guess. Boots, cotton shirt, France, most magnificent, a uniform. They got up all in a splendid style for 11 rubles and a half. The first morning I came back from the office, I found Katerina Ivanovna had cooked 2 courses for dinner, soup and salt meat with horseradish, which he had never dreamed of till then. She had not any dresses, none at all, but she had her herself as though she were going on a visit, and not that she'd anything to do it with. She smartened herself off with nothing at all. She'd done her hair nicely, put on the clean collar of some sort, coughs, and there she was, quite a different person. She was younger and better looking. Sana, my little darling, had only helped with money for the time, she said. It won't do for me to come and see you too often. After dark, maybe, when no one can see. Do you hear? Do you think? I lay down for a nap after dinner, and what do you think? Though Katerina Ivanovna had quarreled to the last degree with our landlady Amalia Fedorovna only a week before, she could not resist an asking her into coffee. For 2 hours they were sitting, whispering together. Samantha Harvey is in the service again now, and receiving a salary, said she, and he went himself to His Excellency, and His Excellency himself came out to him, made all the others white, and lets him end the carvage by a hand before everybody into his daddy. Do you hear? Do you hear? To be sure, says he, Samantha's a carriage, remembering your past services, says he, and in spite of your propensity to that foolish weakness, since you promise now, and since, moreover, we've got on badly without you. Do you hear? He. And so, says he, I rely now on your word, as a gentleman. All that, let me tell you, she has simply made up for herself, not simply out of wantonness, for the sake of bragging. No, she believes it all herself. She amuses herself with her own fancies. Upon my word, she does. And I don't blame her for it. No, I don't blame her. 6 days ago, when I brought her my first earnings in full, 23 rubles 40 kopecks altogether, she called me her barbet. Arpits, said she, my little pirate. And when we were by ourselves, you understand, you would not think me a beauty. You would not think much of me as a husband, would you? Well, she pinched my cheek. My little parpet, said she. Merladov broke off, tried to smile, but suddenly his chin began to twitch. he controlled himself, however. The tavern, the degraded appearance of the man, the 5 nights, and the hay barge, and the pot of spirits, and yet this pregnant love for his wife and children bewildered his listener. Raskolnikov listened intently, but with the sick sensation he felt worst that he had come here. "Honored sir, cried Marmeladov, recovering himself. "Oh, sir, perhaps all this seems a laughing matter to you, as it does to others, and perhaps I am only worrying you with the stupidity of all the trivial details of my home life, but it is not the laughing matter to me, for I cannot feel it all, and the whole of that heavenly day of my life, and the whole of that evening I passed in fleeting dreams of how I would arrange it all, and how I would dress all the children, and how I should give her rest, and how I should rescue my own daughter from dishonor, and restore hope to the bosom of Hope family, and a great deal more, quite excusable, sir. Well then, sir." Marmeladov suddenly gave a sort of start, raised his head, and gazed intently at his listener. "Well, on the very next day after all those dreams, that is to say, exactly 5 days ago, in the evening, by a cunning trick, like a thief in the night, I stole from Katerina Ivanovna the key too of her box, took out what she left of my earnings. How much it was I have forgotten. And now look at me, all of you. It's the 3rd day since I left home, and they are looking for me there. And it's the end of my employment, and my uniform is lying in a tavern on the Egyptian bridge. I exchanged it for their garments I have on, and it's the end of everything." Marmeladov struck his forehead with his fist, clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and leaned heavily on his elbow on the table. But a minute later his face suddenly changed, and with a certain assumed slyness and affection of bravado, he glanced at Raskolnikov, laughed, and said, "This morning I went to see Sana. I went to ask her for a pick-me-up." "You don't say she gave it to you," cried one of the newcomers. He shouted the words and went off in a gatful. "This very court was both the money," Marmeladov declared, addressing himself exclusively to Raskolnikov. 30 kopecks. She gave me, her own hands, her last, all she had, as I saw. She said nothing. She only looked at me without a word. Not on earth, but up yonder, the grief of the man. They weep, but they don't blame them. They don't blame them. But it hurts more. It hurts more when they don't blame. 30 kopecks, yes, and maybe she needs them now, What do you think, my dear sir? For now she's got to keep up her appearance. It costs Marty. That smartness, that special smartness, do you know? Do you understand? And there's pomatum too. You see, she must have things, petticoats, starch ones, shoes, 2 real dainty ones to show off her foot when she has to step over a puddle. Do you understand, sir? Do you understand what all that smartness means? And here I, her own father, here took 30 kopecks of that money for a drink, and I am drinking it, and I have already drunk it. Come, who will have pity on a man like me, Are you sorry for me, sir, or not? Tell me, sir, are you sorry or not? He would have filled his glass, but there was no drink left. The pot was empty. What are you to be pitied for? Shouted the tavern keeper, who was again near them. Shouts of laughter and even oaths followed. The laughter and the oaths came from those who were listening, and also from those who had heard nothing, but were simply looking at the figure, the discharged government clerk. To be pitied. Why am I to be pitied? Marmeladov suddenly declaimed, standing up with his arm outstretched, as though he had been only waiting for that question. Why am I to be pitied, you say? Yes, there is nothing to pity me for. I ought to be crucified. Crucified on a cross, not pitied. Crucify me, or judge. Crucify me, but bitter me. And then I will go on myself to be crucified, for it's not merry-making I seek, but tears and tribulation. Do you suppose, you that sell, that this pent of yours has been sweet to me? It was tribulation I sought at the bottom of it, tears and tribulation. I have found it, I have tasted it, but he will pity us. Who has had pity on all men? Who has understood all men and all things? He is the one. He, too, is the Dodge. He will come in that day, and he will ask, where is the daughter who herself, who gave herself for her cross, consumptive stepmother, and for the little children of another? There is the daughter who had pity upon the filthy drunkard, her earthly father, and dismayed by his beastliness. And he will say, come to me, I have already forgiven thee once. I have forgiven thee once. Thy sins, which are many, are forgiven thee, for thou hast loved much. And he will forgive my Sona. He will forgive. I know it. I felt it in my heart when I was with her just now. And he will judge, and he will forgive all, the good and the evil, the wise and the meek. And then he has done the all of them, then he will summon us. You come forth, he will say, come forth, the drunkards, come forth, the weak ones, come forth with children of shame, and we shall all come forth without shame, and shall stand before him, and he will say unto us, ye are swine, made in the image of the beast, and with his mark, but come hither also. And the wise ones and those of understanding will say, O Lord, why dost thou receive these men? And he will say, This is why I receive them. O ye wise, this is why I receive them, and ye of understanding, that none of them believe himself to be worthy of these. And he will hold out his hands to us, and we shall fall down before him, and we shall weep, and we shall understand all things. When we shall understand all, and all will understand, Katerina Ivanovna, even she will understand. Lord, thy kingdom come. And he sank down on the bench and held it, and helpless, looking at to no one, apparently oblivious to his surroundings, and plunged in deep thought. His words have created a sudden impression. There was a moment of silence, but soon laughter and oaths were heard again. That's his notion. Told him Sam Sally, a fine clock he is, and so on, then so on. Let us go, sir, said Marmalade on with ones, raising his head and addressing Raskolnikov. Come along with me. Kozel's house, looking into the yard. I'm going to Katerina Ivanovna. Tell him I did. Raskolnikov had for some time been wanting to go, and he had meant to help him, and Malata was much unsteady on his legs than his speech, and leaned heavily on the young man. They had 200 or 300 paces to go. The drunken man was more and more overcome by dismay and confusion as they neared the halls. It's not Katerina Ivanovna I'm afraid of now, he muttered in agitation, and that she will begin pulling my hair. What does my hair matter? Bother my hair. That's what I say. Indeed, it will be better if she does begin pulling at. That's not what I'm afraid of. It's her eyes I'm afraid of. Yeah, her eyes. The red on her cheeks, too, frightens me, and her breathing, too. Have you noticed how people in that disease breathe when they are excited? I'm frightened of the children's crying, too. For if Sonny has not taken them food, I don't know what's happened. I don't know, but blows I'm not afraid of. No, sir, that such blows are not a pain to me, but even an enjoyment. In fact, I can't get on without it. It's better so. Let her strike me. It relieves her heart. It's better so. There is the house of Castle. The cabinet maker determined what to do. Lead the way. They went in front yard and up to the 4th story. The staircase got dark and dark as they went up. It was nearly 11 o'clock. In summer in Petersburg there is no real night. It was quite dark at the top of the stairs. A gloomy little, though, at the very top of the stairs stood a jar. A very poor-looking crumb about 10 paces long was lighted up by a candle, and the whole of it was visible from the entrance. It was all in disorder, littered up with rags of all sorts, especially children's garments. Across the furthest corner was stretched a ragged sheet. Behind it probably was the bed. There was nothing in the room except 2 chairs and a sofa covered with American leather, full-hauled, before which stood an old deal kitchen table, unpainted and uncovered it. At the edge of the table stood a smoldering tallow candle and an iron candlestick. It appeared that the family had room to themselves, not part of the room. but their room was practically a passage, a door leading to the other rooms, or rather kobolds, into which Amalia Lipakshadwa's flat was divided, stood half open, and there was shouting, uproar, and laughter within. People seemed to be playing cards and drinking tea there. Words of the most unceremonious kind flew out from time to time. Raskolnikov recognized Katerina Ivanovna at once. She was a rather tall, slim, and graceful woman, terribly emaciated, with magnificent dark brown hair and the hectic flush on her cheeks. She was pacing up and down in her little room, pressing her hands against her chest. Her lips were parched, and her breathing came in the nervous, broken gasps. Her eyes glittered as in fever, and looked about the harsh, immovable stare, and at the consumptive and excited fates of the last flickering light of the candle and playing upon it, made a sickening impression. She seemed to Raskolnikov about 30 years old, and was certainly a strange wife for marmalade. She had not had them, and did not notice them coming in. She seemed to be lost in thought, hearing and seeing nothing. The room was closed, but she had not opened the window. A stench rose from the staircase, but the door on the stairs was not closed. From the inner rooms clouds of tobacco smoke floated in. She kept coughing, but did not close the door. The youngest child, a girl of 6, was asleep, sitting curled up on the floor, with her hat on the sofa. A boy a year older stood crying and shaking in the corner. Probably he had just had a beating. Beside him stood a girl of 9 years old, poor and thin, wearing a thin and ragged chemise, with an ancient cashmere pelisse slung over the bare shoulders, long, all grown, and barely reaching her knees. Her arm, as thin as a stick, was round her brother's neck. She was trying to comfort him, whispering something to him, and doing all she could to keep him from whimpering again. At the same time, her large dark eyes, which looked larger still from the thinness of her frightened off face, while watching her mother with alarm. Marmeladov did not enter the door, but dropped on his knees in a very dull way, pushing Raskolnikov in front of him. The woman, seeing a stranger, stopped indifferently facing him, coming to herself for a moment, and apparently wondering what he had come for. But evidently she decided that he was going into the next room, as he had to pass through hers to get there. Taking no further notice of him, she walked towards the outer door to close it, and uttered a sudden scream on seeing her husband on his knees in the doorway. "Oh," she cried out in a frenzy, "he has come home! The criminal! The monster! And where is the money? What's in your pocket? Show me. And your clothes are all different. Where are your clothes? Where is the money? Speak!" And she fell on searching him, with a loud up submissively and obediently held up both arms to facilitate the search. Not a farthing was there. Where is the money? She cried. Mercy on us! Can he hath drunk it all? There were 12 silver roubles left in the chest. And in her fury she seized him by the hair and ran him into the straw. And a lot of second efforts by meekly crawling along his knees. And this is a consolation to me. This does not hurt me, but is a positive consolation. On it, sir, he called out, shaking to and fro by his hair, and even one striking the ground with his forehead. The child asleep on the floor woke up and began to cry. The boy in the corner, losing all control, began trembling and screaming and rushed to his sister in a violent terror, almost in a fit. The eldest girl was shaking like a leaf. He's drunk, it is drunk, and all the poor woman scream in despair, and his cloaks are gone, and they are hungry, hungry, and wringing her hand she pointed to the children. A cursed life, and are you not ashamed? She pounced all at once upon Raskolnikov. From the tavern. Have you been drinking for him? You have been drinking with him too. Go away. The young man was hastening away without uttering a word. The inner door was flung wide open, and inquisitive faces were peering in at it. Coarse, laughing faces with pipes and cigarettes and hats wearing caps thrust themselves in at the doorway. Farther in could be seen figures in dressing gowns flung open, and costumes of unseemly scantiness, some of them with cards in their hands. They were particularly diverted when Marmeladov, dragged about by his hair, shouted that it was a consolation to him. They even began to come into the room at last. As soon as the shrill outcry was heard, it came from Amalia Lippert-Vassil's her cell, pushing her way amongst them and trying to restore order after her own fashion, and for the 100th time to frighten the poor woman by ordering her to coarse abuse, to clear out of the room next day. As she went out, Raskolnikov had time to put his hand on his pocket, to snatch up the carpets he had received in exchange for his rouble and the tavern, and to lay them unnoticed on the window. Afterwards, on the stairs, he changed his mind and would have gone back. What a stupid thing I've done, he thought to himself. They have Sonia and I want it myself. But reflecting that it would be impossible to take it back now, and that in my case he would not have taken it, he dismissed it with a wave of his hand and went back to his lodging. Senna wants Matum too, he said as he walked along the street. And he laughed malignantly, said smartness cost money, and maybe Sonia's herself will be bankrupt today, though there is always a risk hunting the game, digging for gold. Then they would all be without crust tomorrow, except for my money. We're all for Sona. What a mine they've ducked there, and they are making the most of it. Yes, they are making the most of it. They are wept over and grown used to it. Man grows used to everything. The scoundrel. He sank into thought. And what if I am wrong? he cried suddenly after a moment's thought. What if the man is not really a scoundrel, man in general, I mean, the whole race of mankind? Then all the rest is prejudice, simply artificial terrors, and there are no barriers, and it's all as it should be. He waked up late next day after a broken sleep, but his sleep had not refreshed him. He waked up bilious, irritable, ill-tempered, and looked with hatred at his room. It was a tiny cupboard of the room about 6 paces in length, and had a poverty-stricken appearance that its dusty yellow paper peeling off the walls, and it was so low-pegged that a man of more than average height was ill at ease in it, and felt every moment that he would knock his head against the ceiling. The furniture was in keeping with the room. There were 3 all-chairs, rather rickery, a painted table in the corner, on which lay a few manuscripts and books. The dust that lay thick upon them showed that they had been long untouched. A big clumsy sofa occupied almost the whole of one wall and half the floor space of the room. It was once covered with chintz, but was now in rags and served Raskolnikov as he bed. Often he went to sleep on it, as he was, without undressing, without sheets, wrapped in his old student's overcoat, with his head on one little pillow, under which he heaped up all the linen he had, clean and dirty, by way of the bolster. A little table stood in front of the sofa. It would have been difficult to sink to the lower up of disorder, but to Raskolnikov in his present state of mind this was positively agreeable. He had got completely away from everyone like a tortoise in its shell, and even the sight of the servant girl who had to wait upon him and looked sometimes into his room made him writhe with nervous irritation. He was in the condition that overtakes some monomaniacs entirely concentrated upon one thing. His landlady had for the last fortnight given up of sending him in meals, and he had not yet thought of exposed to light though he went without his dinner. Stasia, the cook and only servant, was rather pleased at the larger smooth, and had entirely given up sweeping and doing his room. Once a week or so she would stray into his room with the broom. She why him up that day. "Get up, why? Are you asleep?" she called to him. "It's past night. I have brought you some tea. Will you have a cup? I should think you'll fairly starting." Whereas Raskolnikov opened his eyes to stare at and recognized Nastasia. "From the landlady, eh?" he asked, slowly, and at the sickly face sitting up on the sofa. "From the landlady, indeed." She set before him her own cracked teapot full of weak and stale tea, and late 2-year-old worms of sugar by the side of it. "Pianist has it, take it, please," he said, fumbling in his pocket, for he had slept in his clothes, and taking out a handful of coppers. "Run and buy me a loaf, and get me a little saltage, the cheapest of the pork bushes." "The loaf I'll fetch you this very minute, but wouldn't you rather have some cabbage soup instead of sausage? It's capital soup, yesterday's. I saved it for you yesterday. but you came in late. It's fine soup." When the soup had been wrought, he had begun upon it. Nastasia sat down beside him on the sofa and began chatting. She was a country peasant woman, and a very talkative one. "Praskovya Pavlovna means to complain to the police about you," she said. He scoffed. "To the police? What does she want? You don't pay her money, and you won't turn out the room. That's what she wants, to be sure." "The devil, that's the last straw," he murmured, grinding his teeth. "No, that'd not suit me just now." "She's a fool," he added aloud. "I'll go and talk to her today. Fool she is, and no mistake, just as I am. But why, if you are so clever, do you lie here like a sack, and have nothing to show for it? One time you used to go out, you say, to teach children. But why is it you do nothing now?" "I'm doing," Miss Karniko began sullenly and reluctantly. "What are you doing?" "Work." "What sort of work?" "I am thinking," he answered seriously after a pause. Nastasia was overcome with the fit of laughter. She was given to laughter when anything amused her. She laughed inaudibly, quivering, and shaking all over till she felt ill. "And have you made much money by all thinking?" she managed to articulate at last. "One can't go out to give lessons without pollute, and I'm sick of it. Don't quarrel with your bread and butter. They pay so little for lessons. What's the use of the few coppers?" he answered reluctantly, as though replying to his own fault. "And you want to get her fortune all at once?" He looked at her strangely. "Yes, I want a fortune," he answered firmly, after a brief pause. "Don't be in such a hurry. You quite frightened me. Shall I get you the loaf or not?" "As you please." "Ah, I forgot. A letter came for you yesterday when you went out." "A letter? For me? From whom?" "I can't say. I gave 3 kopecks of my own to the postman for it." "Then bring it to me, for God's sake, bring it," cried Raskolnikov, greatly excited. "Good God!" A minute later, the letter was brought to him. That was it, from his mother, from the province of Ah. He turned pale when he took it. It was a long while since he had received a letter, but another failing also suddenly stabbed his heart. "Nastasia, leave me alone for goodness' sake. Here are your 3 carpence, with for goodness' sake, may haste and go." A letter was quivering in his hand. He did not want to open it in her presence. He wanted to be left alone with his letter. When Nastasia had gone out, he lifted it quickly to his lips and kissed it. Then he gazed intently at the dress, the small, sloping handwriting, so dear and familiar, of the mother who had once taught him to read and write. He delighted. He seemed almost afraid of something. At last he opened it. It was a thick, heavy letter, weighing over 2 ounces. 2 large sheets of note paper were covered with very small handwriting. "My dear Roger," wrote his mother, "it's 2 months since I last had to talk with you by letter, which was distress me and even kept me awake at night thinking. But how I am sure you will not blame me for my inevitable silence. You know how I love you. You are all we have to look to, Donna and I. You are our all, our one hope, our one stay. What a grief it was to me when I heard that you had given up the university some months ago, for weren't your means to keep yourself, and that you lost your lessons and your author work. How could I help you out of my 120 rubles a year pension? The 15 rubles I sent you 4 months ago I borrowed, as you know, on security of my pension from Vasily Ivanovich Voshin, a merchant of this town. He's a kind-hearted man, and was a friend of your father's, too. But having given him the right to receive the pension, I had to wait till the debt was paid off, and that is only just done, so that I've been unable to send you anything all this time. And now, thank God, I believe I shall be able to send you something more, and in fact, we may congratulate ourselves on our good fortunes now, of which I hasten to inform you. And the first place, would you have guessed, dear Roger, that your sister has been living with me for the last 6 weeks, and we shall not be separated in the future? Thank God, her sufferings are over, but I will tell you everything in order so that you may know just how everything has happened, and all that we have hitherto concealed from you. When you wrote to me 2 months ago that the Donna had a great deal to put up with, the switcher Lala's horse, when you wrote that and asked me to tell you all about it, what could I write in answer to you? If I had thrown the whole truth to you, I dare say you would have thrown up everything and have to come to us, even if you had to walk all the way, for I know your character and your feelings, and you would not let your sister be insulted. I was in despair myself, but what could I do? And besides, I did not know the whole truth myself then. What made it all so difficult was that Donna received 100 rubles in advance, when she took the place as governess in their family, unconditional part of her salary being deducted every month, and so it was impossible to throw up the situation without her paying the debt. Listen, now I can explain it all to you, my precious Raja. She took chiefly in order to send you 60 rubles, which you needed so terribly then, and which you received from us last year. We deceived you then, writing that this money came from Donna's savings, but that was not so. And now I tell you all about it because, thank God, things have suddenly changed for the better, and that you may know how Donna loves you and what a heart she has. First, indeed, Mr. Svichigali treated her very rudely and used to make disrespectful and jeering remarks at table, but I don't want to go into all those painful details, so as not to worry you for nothing. When it is now all over, in short, in spite of the kind of generous behavior of Marfa Petrovna, Mr. Svidrigaïlov's wife, and all the rest of the household, Donna had a very hard time, especially when Mr. Svidrigaïlov, relapsing into his old regimental habits, was under the influence of backchance. And how do you think it was all explained later on? Would you believe that the crazy fellow had conceived a passion for Donna from the beginning, but had concealed it under a show of rudeness and contempt? Possibly he was ashamed and horrified himself at his own naïve hopes, considering his years and his being the father of a family, and that made him angry with Donna, and possibly, too, he held by his rude and sneering behavior to hide the truth from others. But at last he lost all control, and had the face to make Donna an open and shameful proposal, promising her all sorts of inducements and offerings, besides, to throw up everything and take her to another estate of his, or even abroad. You can imagine all she went through. To leave her situation at once was impossible, not only on account of the money but also to spare the feelings of Marfa Petrovna, whose suspicions would have been aroused, and then Donna would have been the cause of the rupture in the family, and it would have meant a terrible scandal for Donna, too. That would have been inevitable. There were various of the reasons owing to which Donna could not hope to escape from that awful house for another 6 weeks. You know Donna, of course. You know how clever she is, and what a strong will she has. Dinah can endure a great deal, and even in the most difficult cases, she has the fortitude to maintain her firmness. She did not even write to me about everything for fear of upsetting me, although we were constantly in communication. It all ended very unexpectedly. Marfa Petrovna accidentally overheard her husband imploring Donna in the garden, and putting quite a wrong interpretation on the possession, threw the blame upon her, believing her to be the cause of it all. An awful scene took place between them on the spot, in the garden. Marfa Petrovna went so far as to strike her, refused to hear anything, and was shouting at her through the whole hour, and then gave orders that Donna should be packed off at once. To me, in a plain peasant's cart, into which they flung all her things, her linen, her clothes, all pell-mell, without folding it up and packing it. And a heavy shower of rain came on too, and Donna, insulted and put to shame, had to drive a peasant in an open cart all the 17 versts into town. Only think now, what answer could I have sent to the letter I received from you 2 months ago? And what could I have written? I was in despair. I dared not write to you the truth, because you would have been very unhappy, mortified, and indignant, and yet what could you do? You could only perhaps ruin yourself, and besides, Donna would not allow it, and filled up my letter with trifles, when my heart was so full of sorrow I could not. For a whole month the town was full of gossip about the scandal, and it came to such a pass that Dan and I dared not even to go to church on account of the contemptuous looks, whispers, and even remarks made aloud about us. All our acquaintances avoided us. Nobody even bowed to us in the street, and I learned that some shopmen and clerks were intending to insult us in a shameful way, smearing the gates of our house with pitch, so that the landlord began to tell us we must leave. All this was said going by Marfa Petrovna, who managed to slander Donna and throw dirt at her in every family. She knows everyone in the neighborhood, and that month she was continually coming into the town, and as she is rather talkative and fond of gossiping about her family affairs, and particularly of complaining to all and each of her husband, which is not at all right. So in a short time she had spread her story not only in the town, but over the whole surrounding district. It made me ill, but Donna bore better than I did. And if only you could have seen how she endured it all, and tried to comfort me and cheer me up. She's an angel. But by God's mercy, our sufferings were cut short. Mr. Svitrigailov returned to his senses and repented, and probably, feeling sorry for Donna, he laid before Marfa Petrovna a complete and unmistakable proof of Donna's innocence in the form of a letter Donna had been forced to write and give to him before Marfa Petrovna came upon them in the guard. This letter, which remained in Mr. Svitrigailov's hands after her departure, she had written to refuse personal explanations and secret interviews for which he was entreating her. In that letter she reproached him with great heat and indignation for the probaseness of his behavior in regard to Marfa Petrovna, reminding him that he was the father and a head of a family, and telling him how infamous it was of him to torment and make an happy and defenseless girl, and happy enough already. Indeed, dear Ruddy, the letter was so nobly and touchingly written that I sobbed when I read it, and till this day I cannot read it without tears. Moreover, the evidence of the servants too cleared Duncan's reputation. They had seen and known a great deal more than Mr. Svitrigailov had himself supposed, as indeed is always the case with servants. Marfa Petrovna was completely taken aback and again crushed, as she said herself to us, but she was completely convinced of Donna's innocence. The very next day, being Sunday, she went straight to the cathedral, knelt down, and prayed with tears to Our Lady to give her strength to do this new trial, to do her duty. Then she came straight from the cathedral to us, told us the whole story, where bitterly and fully penitent she embraced Donna and besought her to forgive her. The same morning, without any delay, she went around all the houses in the town, and everywhere, shedding tears, she ascertained of the most flattering terms Donna's innocence, and the nobility of her feelings and her behavior. What was more, she showed and read to everyone the letter in Donna's own handwriting to Mr. Switrugire, and even allowed them to take copies of it, which is, I must say, I think was superfluous. And this way she was busy for several days in driving about the whole town, because some people had taken offense through precedence having been given to others, and therefore they had to take turns, so that in every house she was expected before she arrived, and everyone knew that on such and such a day Martha Petrovna would be reading the letter in such and such a place, and the people assembled for every reading of it, even the many who had heard it several times already, both in their own houses and in other people's. In my opinion, a very great deal of it was unnecessary, but that's more for Petrovna's character. Anyway, she succeeded in completely re-establishing Donna's reputation, and the whole ignominy of this affair rested as an indelible disgrace upon her husband, as that only person to blame, so that I really began to feel sorry for him. He was really treating the crazy fellow too harshly. Donna was at once asked to give lessons in several families, but she refused. All of a sudden everyone began to treat her with much respect, and all this did much to bring about the event by which, one may say, our whole fortunes and are transformed. You must know, dear Radya, that Donna has a suitor, and that she has already consented to marry him. I hasten to tell you all about the matter, and though it has been arranged without asking your consent, I think you will not be grieved with me or with your sister on that account. You will see we could not wait and put off our decision till we heard from you, and you could not have guessed all the facts without being on the spot. This was how it happened. He is already of the rank of the Counselor Pert Petrovitch Ludin, and he is distantly related to Marfa Petrovna, who has been very active in bringing the match about. It began with his expressing through her his desire to make our acquaintance. He was properly received, drank coffee with us, and the very next day he sent us a letter in which he very courteously made an offer and begged for a speedy and decided answer. He is a very busy man, and is in a great hurry to get to Petersburg, so that every moment is precious to him. At first, of course, we were greatly surprised, as it had all happened so quickly and unexpectedly. We thought and talked it over the whole day. He is a well-to-do man, to be depended upon, He has to post in the government and has already made his fortune. It is true that he is 45 years old, but he is of a fairly prepossessing appearance and might still be found attractive by women, and he is altogether a very respectable and presentable man, only he seems a little morose and somewhat conceited. But possibly that may only be the impression he makes at first sight. And be aware, dear Roger, when he comes to Petersburg, as he shortly will do, be aware of judging him too hastily and severely, as your way is. If there's anything you do not like in him, first sight, I give you this warning, although I feel sure that he will make a favorable impression upon you. Moreover, in order to understand any man, one must be deliberately and careful to avoid forming prejudices and mistaken ideas which are very difficult to correct and get over afterwards. And Per Petrovitch, judging by many indications, is a thoroughly estimable man. At his first visit, indeed, he told us that he was a practical man, but still he shares, as he expressed, many of the convictions of our most rising generation, and he is an opponent of all prejudices. He said a good deal more, for he seems a little conceited, and likes to be listened to. But this is scarcely advice. I, of course, understood very little of it, but Donna explained to me that, though he is not a man of great education, he is clever, and seems to be good knight. You know your sister's character, Rodya. She is a resolute, sensible, patient, and generous girl, but she has a passionate heart, as I know very well. Of course, there is no great love either on his side, all on hers. Madonna is a clever girl, and has the heart of an angel, and will make it her duty to make her husband happy, who, on his side, will make her happiness his care. Of that we have no good reason to doubt, though it must be admitted the matter has been arranged in great haste. Besides, he is a man of great prudence, and he will see, to be sure, of himself that his own happiness will be the more secure the happier Donna is with him. And as for some defects of character, for some habits and even certain differences of opinion, which indeed are inevitable even in the happiest marriages, Da has said that as regards all that she relies on herself, that there is nothing to be uneasy about, and that she is ready to put up with a great deal, if only their future relationship can be an honorable and straightforward one. He struck me, for instance, at first, as rather abrupt, but that may well come from his being outspoken man. That is no doubt how it is. For instance, at his second visit, after he had received Dana's consent, in the course of conversation he declared that before making Dana's acquaintance he had made up his mind to marry a girl of good reputation, without dowry, and above all one who had experienced poverty, because, as he explained, a man ought not to be indebted to his wife, but that it is better for a wife to look upon her husband as her benefactor. I must add that he expressed it more nicely and politely than I have done, for I have forgotten his actual phrases, and I only remember his meaning. And besides, it was obviously not set of design, but slipped out in the heat of conversation, so that he tried afterwards to correct himself and smooth it over, but all the same it did strike me as somewhat true, and I said so afterwards to Donna. But Donna was words, and answered that words are not deeds, and that, of course, is perfectly true. Donna did not sleep all night before she made up her mind, and thinking that I was asleep, she got out of bed and was walking up and down the room all night. At last she knelt down before the icon and prayed long and fervently, and in the morning she told me that she had decided. I have mentioned already that Petrovitch is just setting off for Petersburg, where he has a great deal of business, and he wants to open an illegal bureau. He has been occupied for many years in conducting civil and commercial litigation, and only the other day he won an important case. He has to be in Petersburg because he has an important case before the Senate. So, writer dear, he may be of the greatest use to you, in every way indeed, and Donna and I have agreed, and from this very day you could definitely enter upon your career, and might consider what your future is mapped out and assured for you. Oh, if only this comes to pass, this would be such a benefit that we could only look upon it as a providential blessing. Donna is dreaming of nothing else. We have even wanted already to drop a few words on the subject of Petrovitch. He was cautious in his answer, and said that, of course, as he could not get on without a secretary, it would be better to be paying a salary to a relation than to a stranger, if only the former were fitted for the duties. As though there could be doubt of your being fitted. But then he expressed doubts whether your studies at the university would leave you time to work at his office. The matter dropped for the time, but Donna is thinking of nothing else now. She has been in a sort of fever for the last few days, and has already made a regular plan for you becoming in the end an associate or even a partner in Petrovitch's business, which might well be, seeing that you are a student of law. I am in complete agreement with her, writer, and I share all her plans and hopes, and I think there's very probability of realizing them. And in spite of Petrovitch's evasiveness, they are natural at present, since he does not know you. Denis firmly persuaded that she will gain everything by her good influence or hearth you to husband. This she is reckoning upon. Of course, we are careful not to talk of any of these more remote plans to Petrovitch, especially of your becoming his partner. He is a practical man and might take this very coldly. It might all seem to him simply a daydream. nor has Ivanovna or I briefed the ward to him of great hopes we have of his helping us to pay for your university studies. We have not spoken of it in the first place, because it will come to pass of itself later on, and he will no doubt without wasting words offer to do it of himself, as though he could refuse none of that. The more readily since you may, by your own efforts, become his right hand in the office, and receive this assistant not as a charity, but as a salary, and by your own work. Then he wants to arrange it all like this, and I quite agree of our. And we have not spoken of our plans for another reason. That is, because I particularly wanted you to feel on an equal footing when you first meet him. When Duncan spoke to him enthusiasm about you, he answered that one could never touch a man without seeing him clothes for oneself, and that he looked forward to forming his own opinion when he makes your acquaintance. Do you know, my precious writer, I think that perhaps for some reasons, nothing to do with Pat Petrovitch, though, simply for my own personal, perhaps all womanish fancies, I should do better to go on living by myself apart than lift them up to the wedding. I am convinced that you will be generous and delicate enough to invite me and urge me to remain with my daughter for the future, and if he has said nothing about it hitherto, it is simply because it has been taken for granted. But I shall refuse. I have noticed more than once in my life the husbands don't quite get on with their mothers-in-law, and I don't want to be the least bit in anyone's way, and for my own sake, too, would rather be quite independent, so as long as I have a crust of bread of my own, and such children as you and Donna. If possible, I would settle somewhere near you. For the most delightful piece of news, dear writer, I have kept for the end of my letter. Thou then, my dear boy, that we may perhaps be all together in a very short time, and may embrace one another again after a separation of almost 3 years. It is settled for certain that Donna and I are to set off for Petersburg. Exactly when, I don't know, but very, very soon, possibly in a week. It all depends on Pont Petrovitch, who will let us know when he has had time to look round him in Petersburg. To suit his own arrangements, he is anxious to have the ceremony as soon as possible, even before the fast of Our Lady, if it could be managed, or if that is too soon to be ready, immediately after. With what happiness I shall cross you to my heart. Donna is all excitement at the delightful thought of seeing you. She said one day in joke that she would be ready to marry Peter Petrovitch for that alone. She is an angel. She's not writing anything to you now, and has only told me to write that she has so much to tell you which she is not going to take up her pen now, for a few lines would tell you nothing, and it would only mean upsetting herself. She bids me send you her love and innumerable kisses. But although we shall be meeting so soon, perhaps I shall send you as much money as I can in a day or two. Now that everyone has heard the Donna is to marry Padge Petrovitch, my credit has suddenly improved, and I know that Alyona Ivanovitch will trust me now even to 75 prules on the security of my pension, so that perhaps I shall be able to send you 25 or even 30 roubles. I would send you more, but I am uneasy about our traveling expenses. Though Pat Petrovitch has been so kind as to undertake part of the expenses of the journey, that is to say, he has taken upon himself the conveyance of our bags and book trunk, which will be conveyed to some acquaintances of his, we must reckon upon some expense on our arrival in Petersburg. Well, we can't be left without a halfpenny, at least for the first few days. But we have calculated it all, Dung and I, to the last penny, and we see that the journey will not cost very much. It is only 90 versts from us to the railway, and we have come to an agreement with the driver, we know, so as to be in readiness, and from there Donna and I can travel quite comfortably third class, so that I may very likely to be able to send to you not 25, but 30 roubles. But enough. I have covered 2 sheets already, and there is no space left for more. Our whole history. But too many events have happened. And now, my precious brother, I embrace you and send you a mother's blessing till we met. Love Donna, your sister, Rod. Love her as she loves you, and understand that she loves you beyond everything, more than herself. She is an angel, and you, Rod, you are everything to us, our one hope, our one consolation. If only you are happy, we shall be happy. Do you still say your prayers, Ryder, and believe in the mercy of our Creator and our Redeemer? I am afraid in my heart that you may have been visited by the new spirit of infidelity that is abroad today. If it is so, I pray for you. Remember, dear boy, how in your childhood, when your father was living, you used to list your prayers at my knee, and how happy we all were in those days. Goodbye, till we meet then. Embrace you warmly, warmly, with many cases. You are still alive, Puchurine Raskolnikov. Almost from the first, while he read the letter, Raskolnikov's face was wet with tears. But when he finished it, his face was pale and distorted, and a bitter, wrathful, and malignant smile was on his lips. He laid his head down on his threadbare, dirty pillow and pondered a long time. His heart was beating violently, and his brain was in a turmoil. At last he felt cramped and stifled in the little yellow room that was like a cupboard or box. His eyes and his mind craved for space. He took up his hat and went out, this time without dread of meeting anyone. He had forgotten his dread. He turned in the direction of the Vasilevsky Oswald, walking along Vasilevsky Prospect as though hastening on some business, but he walked, as his habit was, without noticing his way, muttering and even speaking aloud to himself, to the astonishment of the passers-by. Many of them took him to be drunk. His mother's letter had been a tota to him, but as regards the chief fact in it, he had felt not one moment's hesitation, even whilst he was reading the letter. The essential question was settled, and irrevocably settled in his mind. Never such a marriage, when I am alive, and Mr. Leon be damned. The thing is perfectly clear, he muttered to himself with a malignant smile, anticipating the triumph of his decision. No, mother. No, Donna. You won't deceive me. And they apologize for not asking my advice and for taking the decision without me. I dare say they imagined it is arranged now, and it can't be broken off. But we will see whether it can or not. A magnificent excuse. Pot Petrovitch is such a busy man that even his wedding has to be in post-haste, almost by express. Now done. I see too, and I know what you want to say to me. I know too what you were thinking about when you walked up and down all night, and what your prayers were like before the Holy Mother of Kazan, who stands in a mother's bedroom. Bitter as the accent to Golgotha. So just finally sensible. You have determined to marry a sensible businessman of Dutya Romanova, one who has a fortune, has already made his fortune, that is so much more solid and impressive, a man who holds 2 government posts and who shares the ideas of our most rising generation, as mother writes, and who seems to be kind, as Donna herself observes. That seems beats everything, and that Therodon, for that there seems, is marrying him. Splendid, splendid. But I should like to know why mother has written to me about our most rising generation, simply as a descriptive touch of the idea of possessing me in favor of misdelusion. Of the conning thing, I should like to know one thing more, how far they were open with one another that day and night, and all this time since. Was it all put into words, or did both understand that they had the same thing at heart and in their minds, so that there was no need to speak of it loud, and better not speak of it? Most likely it was partly like that. From mother's letter it's evident he struck her as rude a little, and mother in her simplicity took her observations to Donna, and she was sure to be vexed and anxious angrily. I should think so. Who would not be angered when it was quite clear, without any naive questions, and when it was undisturbed, that it was useless to discuss it? And why does she write to me? Love Donna Drot, and she loves you more than herself. Has she a secret conscious pride at sacrificing her daughter to her son? You are our one comfort. You are everything to us. O mother, his bitterness grew more and more intense, and if he had happened to meet Mr. Lucian the moment, he might have murdered him. Oh, yes, that's true, he continued, pursuing his rioting ideas that chased each other in his brain. It is too that it needs time and care to get to know a man. There is no mistake about Mr. Lucian. Chief thing is, he is a man of business and seems kind. That was something, wasn't it? To send the bags and big box for them. A kind man, no doubt after that. But his bride, a young mother, had to drive in a peasant's cart, in the peasant's cart covered with a sacking. I know, I have been driven in it. No matter, it is only 90 worst, and they can travel very comfortably third class, for 1,000th was. Quite right, too. One must cut one's coat according to one's cloth. But what about Miss Delusion? She is your bride, and you must be aware that her mother has to raise money on her pensions for the journey. To be sure, it's a matter of business, a partnership for mutual benefit, with equal shares and expenses, food and drink provided, but pay for your tobacco. The businessman has got to be better then too. The luggage will cost less than fair fares, and very likely to go through nothing. How is it that they don't both see all that? Or is it that they don't want to see, and they're pleased? And to think that is only the first blossoming, and that the real fruits ought to come. But what really matters is not the stingness, is not the meanness, but the tone of the whole thing. That will be the tone after marriage. It's a foretaste of it. And mother, too. Why should she be so lavish? What will she have by the time she gets to Petersburg? 3 silver rubles, or 2 paper ones, as she says. That all women. What does she expect to live upon in Petersburg afterwards? She has her reasons already for guessing that she could not live with done after the marriage, even for the first few months. The good man has no doubt let slip something on that subject. Also, the mamma would deny it. I shall refuse, she. And whom is she reckoning then? Is she counting on what is left of her 120 rubles of pension when Afanasy Ivanovitch's staff is paid? She knits woolen jewels and embroiders coughs, ruining her old eyes. And all her shawls don't out more than 10 rubles a year to her 120. I know that. So she is building all her hopes all the time on Mr. Lucian's generosity. He will offer it for himself. He will praise it on me. You may wait a long time for that. That's how it always is with these chivalrous noble hearts. Till the last moment every goose is a swan with them. Till the last moment they hope for the past and will see nothing wrong. And although they have an inkling of the other side of the picture, yet they won't face the truth till they are forced to. The very thought of it makes them shiver. They thrust the truth away with both hands, until the man they deck out in the false colors puts the false cap on them with his own hands. I should like to know whether Mr. Lucian has any ores of merit. I bet he has the Anna his buttonhole, and that he puts it on when he goes to dine the contractors or merchants. He will be sure to having, but it's wedding too. Enough of him. Confound him. Well, mother, I did wonder it. It's like her, God bless her. But how could Darna, darling, as though I did not know you, you were nearly 20 when I saw you last. I understood you then. Mother writes that Donna can put up with a great deal, and you that very well, and you that 2 years and a half ago, and for the last 2.5 years I have been thinking about it, thinking of just that Donna can put up with a great deal. If she could put up with Mr. Schwittergeilet and all the rest of it, she certainly can put up with a great deal. And now, mother, and she have taken it into their heads that she can put up the Mr. Lucian, who propound the theory of the superiority of wives raised by destitution and owing everything to their husband's bounty, who propounded it, too, almost at the first interview. Granted that he let it slip, though he is a sensible man, and maybe it was not a slip at all, but he meant to make himself clear as soon as possible. But Dana, she understands the man, of course, but she will have to live with the man. Why? She live on black bread and water. She would not sell herself. She would not barter her moral freedom for comfort. She would not barter it for all Slasby Colstain, much less Mr. Lucian's money. Now, Dinah was not that sort when I knew her, and she is still the same of curls. Yes, there is no denying the Schwittergeiles are a bitter pearl. It's a bitter thing to spend one's life a governess in the provinces for 200 rubles, but I know she would rather be a nigger on a plantation or a letter the German master than degrade herself and her moral dignity by binding herself for ever to a man whom she does not respect and with whom she has nothing in common for her own advantage. And if Mr. Lucian had been of unallowed called, or one huge diamond, she would never have consented to becoming his legal concubine. Why is she consenting, then? What's the point of it? What's the answer? It's clear enough. For herself, for her comfort, to save her life she would not sell herself, but for someone else she is doing it. The one she loves, the one she adores, she will sell herself. That's what it all amounts to. For her brother, for her mother, she will sell herself. She will sell everything. In such cases, we overcome our moral feeling if necessary. Freedom, peace, conscience even, all are brought into the market. Let my life go If only my dear ones may be happy. More than that, we become casualists. We learn to be despises, and for a time maybe we can soothe ourselves. We can persuade ourselves when it is one's duty through a good object. That's just like us. It's as clear as a daylight. It's clear that Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov is the central figure in the business, and no one else. Oh, yes, she could ensure his happiness, keep him in the university, make him a partner in the office, make his whole future secure. Perhaps he may even be a rich man later on, prosperous, respected, and may even end his life a famous man. But my mother, with all rather precious rather, hath first born, for such a son, who would not sacrifice such a daughter, all loving, all impartial hearts. Why Marimalav, the eternal victim, so long as the world lasts? Have you taken the measure of your sacrifice both with you? Is it right? Can you bear it? Is it any use? It's the sense in it. And let me tell you, Donna, Sonna's life is not worse than life the misdelusion. There can be no question of love, mother right. And what if there can be no respect either? If on the contrary there is aversion, contempt, repulsion, what then? So you will have to keep up your appearance too. Is not that so? Do you understand what the smartness means? Do you understand that Lucian's smartness is just the same thing as Sanna's, and may be worse, villa, baser, because in your case, Donna, it's a bargain for luxuries, after all. But with Sanna it's simply a question of starvation. It has to be paid for. It has to be paid for, Donna. This smartness, oneth it's more than you can bear afterwards. If you regret it, the bitterness, the misery, the curses, the tears hidden from all the world, for you are not a Martyr Petrovna. And how will your mother feel then? Even now she is uneasy, she is worried, and then when she sees it all clearly. And I, yes indeed, what have you taken me for? I want to have your sacrifice done. I won't have it, mother. I shall not be so long as I am alive. It shall not. It shall not. He won't accept it. He silently paused in his reflection and stood still. It shall not be? But what are you going to do to prevent it? You forbid it? And what right have you? What can you promise them on your side to give you such a right? Your whole life? Your whole future? You will devote to them when you have finished your studies and obtained a post. Yes, we have heard all that before, and that all words. But now something must be done. Now do understand that. And where are you doing now? You are living upon them. They borrowed their 100 troubles pension. They borrowed from the shit with Svidrigailovs. How are you going to save them from Svidrigailovs, from Afanasy Ivanovich Bakrushin, of the future millionaire Zeus, who would arrange their lives for them? In another 10 years? In another 10 years, mother will be blind with kneeling shoes, maybe of weeping too. She will be worn to a shadow what, master? In my sister. Imagine foring the owned what may have become thiersist in 10 years. What may happen to year those and years. Can you fancy? So he tortured himself, threatening himself with such questions, and finding a kind of enjoyment in it. And yet, all these questions were not new ones suddenly confronting him. They were all familiar eggs. It was long since they had these began to grip and wring his heart. Long, long ago his present anguish, it had its first beginnings. It had waxed and gathered strength. It had matured and concentrated until it had taken the form of a fearful, frenzied, and fantastic question which tortured his heart and mind, clamoring insistently for an answer. Now his mother's letter had burst on him like a thunderclap. It was clear that he must not now suffer passively, worrying himself over unsolved questions, but that he must do something, do it at once, and do it quickly. Anyway, he must decide on something or else, or throw up life altogether, he cried suddenly in a frenzy. Accept one's lot humbly as it is, once for all, and stifle everything in oneself, giving up all claim to activity, life, and love. Do you understand, sir? Do you understand what it means when you have absolutely nowhere to turn? From the lad's question it came suddenly into his mind that every man must have somewhere to turn. He gave the sudden start, another food, but he had yesterday slipped back into his mind. But he did not start at the fault recurring to him, for he knew, he had felt beforehand, that it must come back. He was expecting it. Besides, it was not only yesterday's fault. The difference was that a month ago yesterday evening the thought was a mere dream. But now it appeared not dream at all. It had taken a new menacing, a quite unfamiliar shape, and he suddenly became aware as himself. He felt a hammering in his head, and there was a darkness before his eyes. He looked round hardly. He was searching for something. He wanted to sit down and was looking for a seat. He was walking along the cable walk. There was a seat about 100 paces in front of him. He walked toward it as fast as he could, but on the way he met the little adventure which absorbed all his attention. Looking for the seat, he had noticed a woman walking some 20 paces in front of him, but at first he took no more notice of her than of the other objects that crossed his path. It had happened to him many times going before not to notice the road by which he was going, and he was accustomed to work like that. But there was at the side something so strange about the woman in front of him that gradually his attention was riveted upon her, as first reluctantly, as it were resentfully, and then more and more intently. He felt a sudden desire to find out what it was that was so strange about the woman. And in first place she appeared to be a girl quite young, and she was walking in the great heat. bareheaded, with no parasol or gloves, waving her arms about in an absent way. She had on a dress of some light silky material, but put on a strangely array, not properly hooked up, and turned open at the top of the skirt, close to the waist. A great piece was round and hanging close. A little casket was flung above her bear's braid, and lay slanting on one side. The girl was walking unsteadily, too, stumbling and staggering from side to side. She drew Raskolnikov's whole attention at last. He overtook the girl at the seat, but on reaching it, she dropped down on it in the corner. She let her head sink on the back of the seat and closed her eyes, apparently in extreme exhaustion. Looking at her closely, he saw at once that she was completely drunk. It was a strange and shocking sight. He could hardly believe that he was not mistaken. He saw before him the face of a quite young, fairly haired girl, 16, perhaps not more than 15 years old, pretty little face, but flushed and haggard-looking, as it were swollen. The girl seemed hardly to know what she was doing. She crossed one leg over the other, lifting it indecorously, and showed every sign of being unconscious when she was in the street. Raskolnikov did not sit down, but he felt unwillingly to leave her, and stood facing her in perplexity. This boulevard was never much frequented, and now at 2 o'clock, in the stifling heat, it was quite deserted. And he had, on the farther side of the boulevard, about 15 paces away, a gentleman was standing on the edge of the pavement. He, too, would apparently have liked to approach the girl with some object of his own. He, too, had probably seen her in the distance and had followed her, but found Raskolnikov in his way. He looked angrily at him, though he tried to escape his notice, and stood impatiently biding his time till the unwelcome man in rags should have moved away. His intentions were unmistakable. The gentleman was a plump, thickly set man, about 30, fashionably dressed, of a high color, red lips and mustaches. Raskolnikov felt furious. He had a sudden longing to insult this fat Andy in some way. He left the girl for a moment and walked towards the gentleman. "Hey, you's the Chigalov! What do you want here?" he shouted, clenching his fist and laughing, spluttering with rage. "What do you mean?" the gentleman asked sternly, scowling in a horthy astonishment. "Get away, that's what I mean." "How dare you, you low fellow!" He raised his cane. Raskolnikov rushed at him with his fists, without reflecting that the stout gentleman was a match for the tall man like himself. But at that instant someone seized him from behind, and a police constable stood between them. "That's enough, gentlemen. No fighting, please, in a public place. What do you want? Who are you?" he asked Raskolnikov sternly, noticing his rags. Raskolnikov looked at him intently. He had a straightforward, sensible, soldierly face, with the grey moustaches and whiskers. "You are just the man I want," Raskolnikov cried, catting at his arm. "I'm a student, Raskolnikov. You may as well know that too," he added, addressing the gentleman. "Come along, I have something to show you." And taking the policeman by the hand, he drew him towards the sea. "Well, here, hopelessly drunk, and she has just come down the boulevard. There is no telling who and what she is. She does not look like a professional. It's more likely she has been given drink and deceived somewhere for the first time, you understand? And there I put her out in the street like that. Look at the way her dress is torn, and the way it has been put on. She has been dressed by somebody. She has not dressed herself, and dressed by unpracticed hands. By a man's hands, that's evident. And now look there. I don't know that dandy with whom I was going to fight. I see him for the first time, but he, too, had seen her on the road just now, drunk, not knowing what she's doing. And now he is very eager to get hold of her, to get her away somewhere while she is in the state. That's certain. Believe me, I'm not wrong. I saw him myself, watching her and following her, but I prevented him, and he is just waiting for me to go away. Now he has walked away a little, and is standing still, pretending to make a cigarette. Think, how can we keep her out of his hands, and how are we to get her home?" Policeman saw it all in a flash. The stout gentleman was easy to understand. He turned to consider the girl. The policeman bent over to examine her more closely, and his face worked with genuine compassion. "Ah, what a pity," he said, shaking his head. "Why, she's quite a child. She has been deceived. You can't see that at once. Listen, lady," he began, addressing her. "Why do you laugh?" The girl opened her weary and sleepy-looking eyes, gazed blankly at the spiker, and waved her hand. "Hey," said Raskolnikov, failing in his pocket and finding 20 kopecks. "Here, call a cab and tell him to drive her to her address. The only thing is to find out her address." "Messy, messy," the policeman began again, taking the money. "I'll fetch you a cab and take you home myself." "Where shall I take you, huh? Where do you live?" "Go away. They won't let me alone," the girl muttered, and once more waved her hand. "Ugh! How shocking! It's shameful, messy. It's a shame." He shook his head again, shocked, sympathetic, and indignant. "It's a difficult job," the policeman said to Raskolnikov, and as he did so, he looked him up and down in the rapid glance. He too must have seen a strange thing to him, dressed in rags and handing him money. "Did you meet her far from here?" he asked him. "I tell you, she was walking in front of me, staggering just here in the boulevard. She only just reached the seat and sank down in it. The shameful things what are done in the world nowadays. God have mercy on us. An innocent creature like that, drunk already. She has been deceived, that's a sure thing. See how her dress has been torn, too. The wise one sees nowadays, and as likely as not she belongs to dental folk, too. Poor ones, maybe. There are many like that nowadays. She looks refined, too, as though she were a lady, and he bent over her once more. Perhaps she had daughters growing up like that, looking like ladies and refined, of pretensions to gentility and smartness. The chief thing is, Raskolnikov persisted, to keep her out of the scoundrel's hands. Why should he outtrade her is as clear as day what he is after. The proof, he is not moving off. Raskolnikov spoke aloud and pointed to him. The gentleman heard him and seemed about to fly into the range again, but thought better of it and confined himself to a contemptuous look. He walked slowly, another 10 paces away, and again halted. "Keep her out of his hands we can't," said the constable thoughtfully, "if only she'd tell us where to tie her. But as it is, messy, messy." He bent over her once more. She opened her eyes fully all of a sudden, looked at him intently, as though realizing something, got up from the seat, and walked away in the direction from which she had come. "A shameful wretches, they won't let me alone," she said, waving her hand again. She walked quickly, though staggering as before. The dandy followed her, but along another avenue, keeping his eye on her. "Don't be anxious, I won't let him have her," the policeman said resolutely, and he set off after them. The wise ones cease nowadays," he repeated aloud, sighing. At that moment something seemed to sting Raskolnikov. In an instant a complete revulsion of feeling came over him. He shouted up to the policeman. The latter turned round. "Let them be. What is it to do with you? Let him go. Let him amuse himself." He pointed at the dandy. "What is it to do with you?" The policeman was bewildered, and stared at him open-eyed. Raskolnikov laughed. "While," ejaculated the policeman, "the foolish contempt," and he walked after the dandy and the girl, probably taking Raskolnikov for a madman, or something even worse. "He has carried off my 20 kopecks," Raskolnikov murmured angrily, when he was left alone. "Well, let him take as much from the other fellow to allow him to have the girl, and so let it end. And why did I want to interfere? Is it for me to help? Have I any right to help? Let them devour each other alive. What is to me? How did I dare to give him 20 kopecks? Were they mine?" In spite of those strange words, he felt very wretched. He sat down on the deserted seat. His thoughts strayed aimlessly. He found it hard to fix his mind on anything at that moment. He longed to forget himself altogether, to forget everything, and then to wake up and begin life anew. "Poor girl," he said, looking at the empty corner where she had sat. "She will come to herself and weep, and then her mother will find out. She will give her a beating, a horrible, painful beating, and then might be turned out of doors. And then, if she does not, the Dario Franktozavas will get wind of it, and the girl will soon be slipping out on the sly here and there. Then they'll obey the hospital directly. That's always for the luck of those girls, their respectable mothers, who go wrong on the sly, and then again the hospital, drink, the talent, and more hospital, in 2 or 3 years, a wreck, and her life over at 18 or 19. Have not I seen cases like that? And how have they been brought to it? Why, they all come to it like that. But what does it matter? That's as it should be, they tell us. A certain percentage, they tell us, must every year go that way to the devil. I suppose so that the rest may remain taste and not be interfered with. A percentage. What splendid words they have! They are so scientific, so consolatory. When she have set percentage, there is nothing more to worry about. If we had any other boat, maybe we might feel more uneasy. But what if Donna were one of the percentage, of another one, if not that one? Well, where I'm going, he thought suddenly. Strange, I came out for something. As soon as I had read the letter, I came out. I was going to Vassilyevsky's Ostrov to Rizumacy. That's what it was. Now I remember. What a fool, though. And what put the idea of going to Rizmakin into my head just now? That's curious. He wondered at himself. Rizmakin was one of his old comrades at the university. It was remarkable that Raskolnikov had hardly any friends at the university. He kept aloof from everyone, went to see no one, and did not welcome anyone who came to see him. And indeed, everyone soon gave him up. He took no part in the students' gatherings, amusements, or conversations. He worked with great intensity without sparing himself, and he was respectable for this, but no one liked him. He was very poor, and there was a sort of haughty pride and reserve about him, as though he were keeping something to himself. He seemed to some of his comrades to look down upon them all as stalgion, as though he were superior in development, knowledge, and convictions, as though their beliefs and interests were beneath him. With Rizmakin he had got on, or at least he was more unreserved and communicative with him. Indeed, it was impossible to be on any other terms with Raskolnikov. He was an exceptionally good-humored and candid youth, good-natured to the point of simplicity, though both death and dignity lay concealed under that simplicity. The butt of his comrades understood this, and all were fond of him. He was extremely intelligent, though he was certainly rather a simpleton at times. He was of striking appearance, tall, thin, ware-haired, and always badly shaved. He was sometimes uproarious, and was reputed to be of great physical strength. One night, when out in the stiff company, he had with one blow laid a gigantic policeman on his back. There was no limit to his drinking powers, but he could abstain from drink altogether. He sometimes went too far in his pranks, but he could do without pranks altogether. Another thing striking about Rizmakin, no failure distressed him, and it seemed as though no unfavorable circumstances could crush him. He could light anywhere and bear the extremes of cold and hunger. He was very poor and kept himself entirely on what he could earn by work of one sort or another. He knew no end of resources by which to earn money. He spent one whole winter without lighting his stove, and he used to declare that he liked it better because one slept more soundly in the cold. For the present he, too, had been obliged to give up the university, but it was only for a time, and he was working with all his might to save enough to return to his studies again. Raskolnikov had not been to see him for the last 4 months, and Razumihin did not even know his address. About 2 months before, they had met in the street, but Raskolnikov had turned away and even crossed to the other side that he might not be observed. And though Razumihin noticed him, he passed him by, as he did not want to annoy him. "Of course, I've been meaning lately to go to Razumihin's to ask for work, to ask him to get me lessons or something. That's Connie's fault. But what help can he be to me now? Suppose he gets me lessons, suppose he shares his last farthings with me, if he has any farthings, so that I could get some boots and make myself tidy enough to give blessings. Well, and what then? What shall I do with the few coppers I have? That's not what I want now. It's really absurd for me to go to resume him." The question why he was going to resume him agitated him even more than he was himself aware. He kept uneasily seeking for some sinister significance in this apparently ordinary action. Could I have expected to set it all straight, and to find a way out by means of Razumihin alone? He asked himself in perplexity. He pondered and rubbed his head, and strange to say, after long musing, suddenly, as if it were spontaneously and by chance, a fantastic thought came into his head. To Razumihin, he said all at once, calmly, as though he had reached a final destination, "I shall go to Razumihin's, of course, but not now. I shall go to him on the next day after it, when it will be over and everything will begin afresh." And suddenly he realized that he was thinking. "After it," he shouted, jumping up from the seat. "But is it really willing to happen? Is it possible it's really will happen?" He left the seat and went off almost at a run. He meant to turn back homewards, but the thought of going home suddenly filled him with intense loathing, and that hall and that awful little cupboard of his, all this had for a month past been growing up in him, and he worked on at random. His nervous shudder had passed into a fever that made him feel shivering. In spite of the heat, he felt cold. With a kind of effort, he began almost unconsciously, from some inner craving, to stare at all the objects before him, as though looking for something to distract his attention. But he did not succeed. He kept dropping every moment into brooding. When with a start he lifted his head again and looked round, he forgot at once what he had just been thinking about, and even where he was going. And this way he walked right across Vasilevsky Ostrow, came out onto the Lesson Neva, crossed the bridge, and turned towards the islands. The greenness and freshness were first restful to his weary eyes after the dust of the town and the huge houses that hemmed him in and waited upon him. Here there one, here there no talents, no stifling closeness, no stench. But soon these new pleasant sensations passed into the morbid irritability. Sometimes he stood still before a brightly painted samovar standing along green pollied. He gazed through the vents. He saw in the distance smartly dressed women on the verandas and balconies, and children running in the gardens. The flowers especially caught his attention. He gazed at them longer than at anything. He was met, too, by luxurious carriages and by men and women on horseback. He watched them with curious eyes and forgot about them before they had vanished from his sight. Once he stood still and counted his money. He found he had 30 kopecks. Fainted the policeman, 3 to Nastasia for a letter, so I must have given 47 or 50 to Marmeladov's yesterday, he thought, reckoning it up for some unknown reason. But he soon forgot what object he had taken the money out of his pocket. He recalled it on passing an eating-house or tavern, and felt that he was hungry. Going into the tavern, he drank a glass of vodka and ate a pie of some sort. He finished eating it as he walked away. It was a long while since he had taken vodka, and it had an effect upon him at once. Though he only drank a wine-glassful, his legs fell suddenly heavy, and a great drowsiness came upon him. He turned homewards, but reaching Petrovsky Ostrov, he stopped completely exhausted, turned off the road into the bushes, sank down upon the grass, and instantly fell asleep. In a morbid condition of the brain, dreams often have the singular actuality, vividness, and extraordinary semblance of reality. At times monstrous images are created. With the setting, the whole pictures are so tooth-like and filled with details so delicate, so unexpectedly, but so artistically consistent that the dreamer, were he an artist like Pushkin or Turgenev even, could never have invented them in the waking state. Such sick dreams always remain long in the memory and make a powerful impression on the overwrought and deranged nervous system. Raskolnikov had a fearful dream. He dreamt he was back in his childhood in the little town of his birth. He was a child about 7 years old, walking into the country with his father on the evening of a holiday. It was a grey and heavy day. The country was exactly as he remembered it. Indeed, he recalled it far more vividly in his dream than he had done in memory. The little town stood on a level flat, as bare as the hand, not even a willow needed. Only in the far distance a corpse lay, a dark blur on the very edge of the horizon. A few paces beyond the last market garden stood a tavern, a big tavern, which had always aroused in him a feeling of aversion, even of fear, when he walked by it with his father. There was always a crowd there, always shouting, laughter, and abuse, hideous ho-singing, and often fighting. Drunken and horrible-looking figures were hanging about the tavern. He used to cling close to his father, trembling all over whenever he met them. Near the tavern the road became a dusty track, the dust of which was always black. It was a winding road, and about 100 paces further on it turned to the right, to the graveyard. In the middle of the graveyard stood a stone church. There was the green cupola where he used to go to Mass 2 or 3 times a year with his father and mother, when a service was held in memory of his grandmother, who had long been dead and whom he had never seen. On these occasions, they used to take on a wide dish, tied up in a table napkin, a special sort of rice pudding, the raisins stuck in it, of the shape of the cross. He loved that church, the old-fashioned, unadorned icons, and the old priest with the shaken hand. Near his grandmother's grave, which was marked by a stone, was the little grave of his younger brother, who had died at 6 months old. He did not remember him at all, but he had been told about his little brother, and whenever he visited the graveyard, he used religiously and reverently to cross himself and to bow down and to kiss the little grave. And now he dreamt that he was walking with his father past the tavern on the way to the graveyard. He was holding his father's hand and looking with dread at the tavern. A peculiar circumstance attracted his attention. There seemed to be some kind of festivity going on. There were crowds of gaily dressed townspeople, peasant women, their husbands, and riffraff of all sorts, all singing and all more or less drunk. Near the entrance of the tavern stood a cart, but a strange cart. It was only one of those big carts usually drawn by heavy cart horses and laden with carts of wine or other heavy goods. He always liked looking at those great cart horses, with their long manes, thick legs, and slow, even pace, drawing along a perfect mountain with no appearance of effort, as though it were easier going with a lout and without it. But now, strange to say, in the shafts of such a cart he saw a thin little sarlpax, one of those peasant snags which he had often seen straining their utmost under a heavy load of wood or hay, especially when the wheels were stuck in the mud or in a rut. As the peasants would beat them so cruelly, sometimes even about the nose and eyes, and he felt so sorry for them, that he almost cried, and his mother always used to take him away from the window. All of a sudden there was a great uproar of shouting, singing, and baragging, and from the tavern a number of big and very drunken peasants came out, wearing red and blue shirts and a coats thrown over their shoulders. Get in, shouted one of them, a young thick-necked peasant with a fleshy face red as a carrot. I'll take you all, get in. But at once there was an outbreak of laughter and exclamation to the crowd. Take us all. That's a beast like that. Why, Macaulay, are you crazy to put an egg like that in such a cart? And this maid's 20 if she's a day maid. Get in and I'll take you all, Mikolka shouted again, leaping first into the cart, seizing the reins and standing straight up in front. The bay has gone the mad way, he shouted from the cart, and this brute maid is just breaking my heart. I feel as if I could kill her. She's just eaten her head off. Get in, I'll tell you. I'll make her gallop. She'll gallop. And he picked up the whip, preparing himself with relish to flog the little Mary. Get in, come along, the crowd laughed. D'ye hear, she'll gallop. Gallop indeed. She has not had a gallop in her for the last 10 years. She duck along. Don't you mind her might. Bring it whip, each of you. Get ready. All right. Give it to him. They all clambered into Mikolka's cart, laughing and making jokes. 6 men got in, and there was still room for more. they hauled in a fat, rosy-cheeked woman. She was dressed in a red cotton and a pointed beaded headdress and the thick leather shoes. She was cracking nuts and laughing. The crowd round them was laughing too, and indeed, how could they help laughing? That wretch nag was to drag all the cart-load of them at a gallop. Two young fellows in a cart were just getting whips ready to help Mikalka. With the cry of "now," the mare tugged of all her might, but far from galloping, could scarcely move forward. She struggled her legs, gasping and shrinking from the blows of the 3 whips which were showered upon her like hail. The laughter in the cart and in the crowd was redoubled, but Mikalka flew into a rage and furiously trashed the mare as though he supposed he really could gallop. "Let me in too," might shout to the young man in the crowd, whose appetite was roused. "Get in, all get in," cried Mikalka. "She will draw you all. I'll beat her to death." And he tashed and tasked at the mare, beside himself with fury. "Father, father," he cried, "father, what they are doing! Father, they are beating the poor horse." Come along," said his father. "They are drunken and foolish. They are in fun. Come away, don't look." And he tried to draw him away, but he tore himself away from his hand, and beside himself of horror ran to the horse. The poor beast was in a bad way. She was gasping, standing still, then tugging again, and almost falling. "Beat her to death," cried Mikalka. "It's come to that. I'll do to her." "Where are you about? Are you a Christian, you devil?" shouted an old man in the crowd. "Did anyone ever see the like? A wretched neck like that pulling such a cart-load," said another. "You'll kill her," shouted the third. "Don't meddle, it's my property. I'll do what I choose. Get in, more with you. Get in, all with you. I will have her go at a gallop." All at once laughter broke into a row and covered everything. The mare, aroused by the shower of blows, began feebly kicking. Even the old man could not help smiling. To think of a wretched little beast like that trying to kick. 2 lads in the crowd snatched up whibs and run to the mare to beat her about the ribs, 1 run each side, head her in the face, and the eyes, cried Mikalka. "Give us a song, mate," shouted someone in the cart, and everyone in the cart joined in a riotous song, jingling a tambourine and whistling. The woman went on cracking nuts and laughing. He ran beside the mare, running in front of her, saw her being whipped across the eyes, right in the eyes. He was crying, he felt shocking, his stays were screaming. One of the men gave him a cut, the whip across the face. He did not feel it. Wringing his hands and screaming, he rushed up to the gray-headed old man with the gray beard, who was shaking his head in disapproval. One woman seized him by the hand and would have taken him away, but he tore himself from her and ran back to the mare. She was almost at the last gasp, but began kicking once more. "I'll teach you to kick," McCarthy shouted ferociously. He threw down the whip, bent forward, and picked up from the bottom of the cart a long, thick shaft. He took hold of one end and both hands, and with an effort brandished it over the mare. "He'll crush her," was shouted round him. "He'll kill her." "It's my property," shouted Mikalka, and brought the shaft down with a swinging blow. There was a sound of a heavy thud. "Trash her! Trash her! Why has he stopped?" shouted voices in the crowd. and Michaelka swung the shaft a second time, and it fell a second time on the spine of the luckless mare. She sank back on her haunches, but lurched forward and tucked forward with all her force, tucked thus on one side and then on the other, trying to move the cart. But the 6 whips were attacking her in all directions, and the shaft was raised again and fell upon her a third time, then a fourth, with heavy measured blows. Michaelka was in a fury that he could not kill her at one blow. "She's a tough one," was shouted in the crowd. "She'll fall in a minute, mate. There will soon be an end of her," said an admiring spectator in the crowd. "Fetch an axe to her, finish her off," shouted a third. "I'll show you stand off," Michaelka screamed frantically. He threw down the shab, stooped down in the cart, and picked up an iron crowbar. "Look out!" he shouted with all his might. He dealt a stunning blow at the poor May. The blow fell. The Mary staggered, sank back, tried to pull, but the bar felt again the swinging blow on her back, and she fell on the ground like a log. "Finish her off," shouted Michaelka, and he leaped beside himself out of the cart. Several young men, also flushed with drink, seized anything they could come across, whips, sticks, poles, and run to the dying May. Michaelka stood on one side and began dealing random blows with the crowbar. The Mary stretched out on her head, drew a long breath, and died. "You butchered her," someone shouted in the crowd. "Why wouldn't she howl it then? My property," shouted Michaelka, with his bloodshot eyes, brandishing the bar in his hands. He stood as though regretting that he had nothing more to beat. "No mistake about it, you are not a Christian," many voices was shouting in the crowd. But the poor boy beside himself made his way screaming through the crowd to the Cyril nag, put his arms round her bleeding dead head, and kissed it, kissed the eyes, and kissed the lips. Then he jumped up and flew in a frenzy, with his little fist out at Michaelka. At that instant his father, who had been running after him, snatched him up and carrying him out of the crowd. "Come along, let us go home," he said to him. "Father, why did they kill the poor horse?" he sobbed, but his voice broke, and the words came in shrieks from his panting chest. "They're drunk. They are brutal. It's not our business," said his father. He put his arms round his father, but he felt shocked. He tried to draw a breath, to cry out, and woke up. He waked up gasping for breath. His hair soaked the aspiration, and stood up in terror. "Thank God, that was only a dream," he said, sitting down under a tree and drawing deep breaths. "But what is it? Is it some favor coming on? Such a hideous dream." He felt utterly broken. Darkness and confusion were in his soul. He rested his elbows on his knees and leaned his head on his hands. "Good God," he cried, "can it be? Can it be that I shall really take an axe, that I shall strike her on the head, split her skull open, that I shall sit in the sticky warm blood, break the locks, steal and stumble, hide, all splattered in the blood, wear the axe? Good God, can it be?" He was shaking like a leaf as he said this. "But why am I going on like this?" he continued, sitting up again as it were in profound amazement. "I knew why I could never bring myself to it. So what have I been torturing myself for till now? Yesterday, when I want to make that experiment, yesterday I realized completely what I could never bear to do it. Why am I going over it again when? Why am I hesitating? As I came down the stairs yesterday, I said to myself that this was base, loathsome, vile. The very thought of it made me feel sick and filled me with horror. Now I couldn't do it. Granted that there is no flaw in all that reasoning, that all that I have concluded this last month is clear as day, too, as arithmetic. My God, anyway, I couldn't bring myself to it. I couldn't do it. Why that am I still? He rose to his feet, looked round in wonder as though surprised at finding himself in this place, and went towards the bridge. He was pale, his eyes glowed, he was exhausted in every limb. But he seemed suddenly to breathe more easily. He felt he had cast off the fearful burden that had so long been weighing upon him, and all at once there was a sense of relief and a peace in his soul. Lord, he prayed, show me my path. I renounce that accursed dream of mine. Crossing the bridge, he gazed quietly and calmly at the neither, at the glowing Crete sunset and the glowing sky. In spite of his weakness, he was not conscious of fatigue. It was as though an abscess that had been forming for a month past in his heart had suddenly broken. Freedom! He was free from that spell, that sorcery, that obsession. Later on, when he recalled that time and all that happened to him during those days, minute by minute, point by point, he was superstitiously impressed by one circumstance, which, though in itself now not very exceptional, always seemed to him afterwards the predestined turning point of his fate. He could never understand and explain to himself why, when he was tired and worn out, when it would have been more convenient for him to go home by the shortest and most direct way, he returned by a Haymarket, where he had no need to go. It was obviously and quite unnecessarily out of his way, though not much so. It is, too, that it happened to him dozens of times to return home without noticing what streets he passed through. But why? He was always asking himself, why had such an important, such a decisive, and at the same time such an absolutely chance meeting happened in the Haymarket, where he had, moreover, no reason to go, at the very hour, the very minute of his life, when he was just in the very mood and in the very circumstances in which that meeting was able to exert the gravest and most decisive influence on his whole destiny, as though it had been lying in wait for him on purpose. It was about 9 o'clock when he crossed the Haymarket. At the tables and the barrows, at the perfs and the shops, all the market people were closing their establishments or clearing away and packing up their wares, and like their customers while going home, rack-pickers and custom-mongers of all kinds were crowding round the taverns in the dirty and stinking courtyards of the Haymarket. Raskolnikov particularly liked this place and the neighboring alleys when he wandered aimlessly in the streets. Yet his rags did not attract contemptuous attention, and one could walk about in any attire were without condoleezing people. At the corner of an alley, a huckster and his wife had 2 tables set out with tapes, thread, cotton handkerchiefs, etc. They too had got up to go home, but while lingering in conversation with a friend who had just come up to them, this friend was Lizaveta Ivanovna, or, as everyone called her, Lizaveta, the younger sister of the old pawnbroker, Alyona Ivanovna, whom Raskolnikov had visited the previous day to pawn his watch and make his experiment. He already knew all about Lizaveta, and she knew him a little too. She was a single woman and about 35, tall, clumsy, timid, submissive, and almost idiotic. She was a complete slave and wanton fear and trembling of her sister, who made her work day and night and even beat her. She was standing with a bundle before a huckster and his wife, listening earnestly and doubtfully. They were talking of something with special warmth. The moment Raskolnikov caught sight of her, he was overcome by a strange sensation, as it were of intense astonishment, though there was nothing astonishing about this meeting. "You could make up your mind for yourself, Lizaveta Ivanovna," the huckster was saying aloud. "Come round tomorrow about 7. They will be here too." "Tomorrow," said Lizaveta slowly and thoughtfully, as though unable to make up her mind. "Upon my word, what a fright you are in of Alyona Ivanovna," gabbled the huckster's wife, a lively little woman. "I look at you, you are like some little babe. And she is not your own sister, even nothing but a stepsister, and what a hang she keeps over you. But this time don't say a word to Alyona Ivanovna," her husband interrupted. "That's my advice, but come round to us without asking. It will be worth your while. Later on, your sister herself may have the notion. Am I to come? About 7 o'clock tomorrow, and they will be here. You will be able to decide for yourself, and we'll have a cup of tea," added his wife. "All right, I'll come," said Lizaveta, still pondering, and she began slowly moving away. Raskolnikov had just passed and heard no more. He paused softly, unnoticed, trying not to miss a word. His first amazement was followed by a thrill of horror, like a shiver running down his spine. He had suddenly, quite unexpectedly learned that the next day at 7 o'clock Lizaveta, the old woman's sister and old companion, would be away from home, and that therefore at 7 o'clock precisely the old woman would be left alone. He was only a few steps from his lodging. He went in like a man condemned to death. He thought of nothing and was incapable of thinking, but he felt suddenly in his whole being that he had no more freedom of thought, no will, and that everything was suddenly and irrevocably decided. Certainly, if he had to wait whole years for suitable opportunity, he could not reckon on more certain steps towards the success of the plan than that which had just presented itself. In any case, it would have been difficult to find out beforehand with certainty, with greater exactness and less risk, and without dangerous inquiries and investigations, that next day at a certain time an old woman, on whose life an attempt was contemplated, would be at home and entirely alone. Later on, Raskolnikov happened to find out why the huckster and his wife had invited Lizaveta. It was a very ordinary matter, and there was nothing exceptional about it. A family who had come to the town and been reduced to poverty were selling their household goods and clothes, all women's things. As the things would have been fetched little in the market, they were afoot looking for a dealer. This was Lizaveta's business. She undertook such jobs and was frequently employed, as she was very honest and always fixed a fair price and stuck to it. She spoke as a rule well, and, as we have said already, she was very submissive and timid. But Raskolnikov had become superstitious of late. The traces of superstition remained in him long after, and were almost ineradicable. And in all this, he was always afterwards disposed to see something strange and mysterious, as it were the presence of some peculiar influences and coincidences. In the previous winter, a student he knew called Pakarek I had left for Kharkov, and chanced in the conversation to give him the address of Alyona Ivanovna, the old pawnbroker, in case he might want to pawn anything. For a long while he did not go to her, for he had lessons and managed to get along somehow. 6 weeks ago he had remembered the address. He had 2 articles which could be pawned: his father's old silver watch, and a little gold ring with 3 red stones, a present from his sister. Parting, he decided to take the ring. Then he found the old woman. He had felt an insurmountable repulsion for her at first glance, though he knew nothing special about her. He got 2 rubles from her and went into the miserable little tavern on his way home. He asked for tea, sat down, and sunk into the deep food. A strange idea was pecking at his brain like a chicken in the egg, and very much absorbed him. Almost beside him at the next table there was sitting a student whom he did not know and had never seen, and with him a young officer. They had played a game of billiards and begun drinking tea. All at once he heard his student mention to the officer the pawnbroker Alyona Ivanovna, and give him her address. This of itself seemed strange to Raskolnikov. He had just come from her, and here at once he heard her name. Of course it was a chance, but he could not shake off a very extraordinary impression, and here was some one seemed to be speaking expressly for him. The student began telling his friend various details about Alyona Ivanovna. "She is a thrift reed," he said. "You can always get money from her. She is as rich as a Jew. She can give you 5,000 rubles at the same time, and she is not about taking a pledge for a ruble. Lots of our fellows have had dealings with her, but she's an awful old harridan." And he began describing how spiteful and uncertain she was, how if you were only a day late with your interest the pledge was lost, how she gave a quote of the value of an article and took 5 or even 7% a month on it, and so on. The student chattered on and saying that she had a sister was a Peter, whom the wretched little creature was continually beating, and kept in the complete bondage, like a small child, though Lizaveta was at least 6 feet high. "There is a thunderm for you," cried the student, and he left. They began talking about Lizaveta. The student spoke about her with a peculiar relish and was continually laughing, and the officer listened with a great interest and asked him to send Lizaveta to do some mending for him. Raskolnikov did not miss a word and learned everything about her. Lizaveta was younger than the old woman and was her half-sister. Being the child of a different mother, she was 35. She worked day and night for her sister, and besides doing the cooking and the washing, she did sewing and work as a chairwoman and gave her sister all she earned. She did not dare to accept an order or job of any kind without her sister's permission. The old woman had already made her will, and Elizaveta knew of it, and by this will she would not get a farthing, nothing but the mulos, chairs, and so on. All the money was left to the monastery and the province of Anne, that prayers might be said for her and perpetuity. Lizaveta was of a lighter rank than her sister, and married an awfully uncouth in appearance, and remarkably tall, with long feet that looked as if they were bent outwards. She always wore battered goatskin shoes, and was cleaner her posse. What the student expressed most surprise and amusement about was the fact that Lizaveta was continually the child. "But you say she is a hideous," observed the officer. "Yes, she's a dark-skinned and looks like a soldier dressed up. But you know she is not at all hideous. She has such a good natural face and eyes, strikingly so, and the proof of it is that lots of people are attracted by her. She is such a soft, gentle creature, ready to put up with anything, always willing to do anything, and her smile." "I assure you that without the faintest conscious prick," the student added with warmth. The officer laughed again, while Raskolnikov shuddered. How strange it was! "Listen, I want to ask you a serious question," the student said haughtily. "I was joking, of course, but look here. On the one side we have the stupid, senseless, worthless, spiteful, ailing-hearted old woman, not simply useless but doing actual mischief, who has not an idea what she is living for herself, and who will die in a day or two, in any case. You understand? You understand?" Yes, I understand," answered the officer, watching his excited companion attentively. "Though, listen then. On the other side, fresh young lives thrown away for want of help, and by thousands on every side. 100,000 good deeds could be done, and help, on that old woman's money which will be buried in a monastery. Hundreds, thousands perhaps might be set on the right path. Dozens of families saved from destitution, from ruin, from vice, from the law hospitals, and all her money. Kill her, take her money, and with the half of it devote oneself to the service of humanity and the good of all. What do you think? Would not one tiny crime be wiped out by thousands of good deeds? Or one life, thousands would be saved from corruption and decay. One death, and 100 lives in exchange. It's simple arithmetic. Besides, but that who has the life of that sickly, stupid, ill-natured old woman in the balance of existence, no more than the life of the loose, of the black beetle, less in fact, because the old woman is doing harm. She is wearing out the lives of others. The other day she bit the Zabieter's finger out of spite. It almost had to be amputated. Of course, she does not deserve to live, remarked the officer. But there it is. It's nature. Oh, well, brother, but we have to correct and direct nature. And, but for that, we should drown in an ocean of prejudice. But for that, there would never have been a single great man. They talk of duty, conscience. I don't want to say anything against duty and conscience. But the point is, what do we mean by them? Stay, I have another question to ask you. Listen. Now you stay, I'll ask you a question. Listen. Well, you are talking and speechifying away, but Would you kill the old woman yourself? Of course not. I was only arguing the justice of that. It's nothing to do with me. But I think if you would not do it yourself, there is no justice about it. Let us have another game. Raskolnikov was violently agitated. Of course, it was all ordinary youthful talk in the fort, such as he had often heard before in different forms and on different themes. But why had he happened to hear such a discussion and such ideas at the very moment when his own brain was disconceiving the very same ideas? And why, just at the moment when he had brought away the embryo of his idea from the old woman, had he dropped at once upon a conversation about her? These coincidents always seemed strange to him. This truly old talk in the tavern had an immense influence on him in his later action, as though there had really been in it something preordained, some guiding hint. On returning from the Haymarket, he flung himself in the sofa and sat for a whole hour while stirring. Meanwhile it got dark. He had no candle, and indeed it did not occur to him to light up. He could never recollect whether he had been thinking about anything at that time. At last he was conscious of his form of fever and shivering, and he realized with relief that he could lie down on the sofa. Soon have a leaden sleep came over him, as it were crushing him. He slept an extraordinary long time in the hall, dreaming. Nastasia, coming into his room at 10 o'clock the next morning, had difficulty in rousing him. She brought him in tea and bread. The tea was again the second brew, and again her own teapot. "My goodness, how he sleeps!" she cried indignantly. He always asleep." He got up with an effort. His head ached. He stood up, took a turn in his garret, and sank back into the sofa again. "Going to sleep again?" cried Nastasia. "Are you ill, eh?" He made no reply. "Do you want some tea?" "Afterwards," he said with an effort, closing his eyes again and turning to the wall. Nastasia stood over him. "Perhaps he really is ill," she said, turned and went out. She came in again at 2 o'clock. The soup. He was lying as before. The tea stood untouched. Nastasia felt positively offended and began wrathfully rousing him. "Why are you lying like a log?" she shouted, looking at him with horror. He got up and sat down again, but said nothing, and stared at the floor. "Are you ill or not?" asked Nastasia, and again received no answer. "You'd better go out and get a breath of air," she said after a pause. "Will you eat it or not?" "Afterwards," he said weakly. "You can go." And he motioned her out. She remained a little longer, looked at him with compassion, and went on. A few minutes afterwards, he raised his eyes and looked for a long while at the tea and the soup. Then he took the bread, took up a spoon, and began to eat. He ate a little, 3 or 4 spoonfuls, without appetite. His head ached mechanically. His head ached less. After his meal he stretched himself on the sofa again, but now he could not sleep. He lay without stirring, with his face in the pillow. He was haunted by daydreams, and such strange daydreams, and one that kept for occurring. He fancies what he was in Africa, in Egypt, and some sort of oase. The Carwan was resting The camels were peacefully lying down. The palms stood all around in the complete circle. All the party were at dinner, but he was drinking water from a spring which flowed gurgling close by, and it was so cool, it was wonderful, wonderful blue, cold water running among the pottery-colored stones and over the clean sand which glistened here and there like gold. Suddenly he heard a clock strike. He started, rouse himself, raise his head, look out of the window, and seeing how late it was, suddenly jumped up wide awake as though someone had pulled him off the sofa. He crept on tiptoe to the door, stealthily opened it, and began listening on the staircase. His heart beat terribly, but all was quiet on the stairs, as if everyone was asleep. It seemed to him strange and monstrous that he could have slept in such forgetfulness from the previous day, and had done nothing, had prepared nothing yet. And meanwhile the ass's hand struck 6, and his drowsiness and stupefaction were followed by an extraordinary, feverish, as it were distracted haste. But the preparations to be made were few. He concentrated all his energies on thinking of everything and forgetting nothing, and his heart kept beating and fainting so that he could hardly breathe. First he had to make a noose and saw it into his old coat, a work of the moment. He rummaged under his pillow and picked out amongst the linen stuffed away under it a worn-out, old unwatched shirt. From its racks he tore a long strip, a couple of inches wide and about 16 inches long. He folded the strip in two, took off his wide, strong summer overcoat of some stout cotton material, his only outer garment, and began sewing the two ends of the rag on the inside under the left armhole. His hand shook as he sewed, but he did it successfully so that nothing showed outside when he put the coat on again. The needle and thread he had got ready long before, and they lay in his table in a piece of paper. As for the noose, it was a very ingenious device of his own. The noose was intended for the axe. It was impossible for him to carry the axe through the streets in his hands, and if hidden under his coat, he would still have had to support it with his hand, which would have been noticeable. Now he had only to put the head of the axe in the noose, and it would hang quietly under his arm on the inside. Putting his hand in his coat pocket, he could hold the end of the handle all the way so that it did not swing, and as the coat was very full and regular sacked, in fact, it could not be seen from outside when he was holding something with the hand that was in the pocket. This news, till he had designed a fortnight before. When he had finished with this, he thrust his hand into a little opening between his sofa and the floor, fumbled in the left corner, and drew out the pledge, which he had got ready long before, and hidden there. This pledge was, however, only a smoothly planned piece of wood the size and thickness of the silver cigarette case. He picked up this piece of wood in one of his wanderings in a courtyard. Well, there was some sort of a workshop. Afterwards he had added to the wood a thin, smooth piece of iron, which he had also picked up at the same time in the street. Putting the iron, which was a little the smaller, in the piece of wood, he fastened them very firmly, crossing and recrossing the thread round them. then wrapped them carefully and daintily in the clean white paper, and tied up the parcel so that it would be very difficult to untie. This was in order to divert the attention of the old woman for a time while she was trying to undo the knot, and so to gain a moment. The orange strip was added to give weight, so that the woman might not guess the first minute what the thing was made of wood. All this had been stored by him beforehand under the sofa. He had only just got the pledge out when he heard someone suddenly about in the yard. It struck 6 long ago. My God! He rushed to the door, listened, caught up his hat, and began to descend his 13 steps cautiously, noiselessly, like a cat. He had still the most important thing to do, to steal the axe from the kitchen. That the deed must be done with an axe he had decided long ago. He had also a pocket pruning knife, but he could not rely on the knife, and still less on his own strength, and so resolved finally on the axe. We may note in the passing one peculiarity in regard to all the final resolutions taken by him. The matter, they had one strange characteristic. The more final they were, the more hideous and the more absurd weird ones became in his eyes. In spite of all his organizing inner struggle, he never for a single instant all that time could believe in the carrying out of his plans. And indeed, if it had ever happened that everything to the least point could have been considered and finally settled, and no uncertainty of any kind had remained, it would, it seems, have renounced it all as something absurd, monstrous, and impossible. But a whole mass of unsettled points and uncertainties remain. As for getting the axe, that trifling business caused him no anxiety, for nothing could be easier. Nasazi was continually out of the house, especially in the evenings. She would run into the neighbors or to a shop, and always left the door ajar. It was the one thing the landlady was calling her about, and so, when the time came, he could only have to go quietly to the kitchen and to take the axe, and an hour later, when everything was over, go and put it back again. But these were doubtful points. Supposing he returned an hour later to put it back, and Astase had come back and was on the spot, he would of course have to go by and wait till she went out again. But supposing she were in the meantime to miss the axe, look for it, make an outcry, what would you mean suspicion or least grounds for suspicion? But those were all trifles which he had not even begun to consider, and indeed he had no time. He was thinking of the chief point, and put off trifling details until he could believe in it all. But that seemed utterly unattainable, so it seemed to himself at least. He could not imagine, for instance, what he would sometime leave off thinking, get up and simply go there. Even his late experiment, that is, his visit with the object of the final survey of the place, was simply an attempt at an experiment, far from being the real thing, as what one should say, "Come, let us go and try it. Why dream about it?" And at once he had broken down and had run away cursing and in a frenzy with himself. Meanwhile, it would seem, as regards the moral question, that his analysis was complete. His casuistry had become keen as a razor, and he could not find rational objections in himself. But then the last resort, he simply ceased to believe in himself, and doggedly, lavishly sought arguments in all directions, fumbling for them as though someone were forcing and drawing him to it. At first, long before indeed, he had been much occupied with one question: why almost all crimes are so badly concealed and so easily detected, and why almost all criminals leave such obvious traces. He had come gradually to many different and curious conclusions, and in his opinion the chief reason lay not so much in the material impossibility of concealing the crime as in the criminal himself. Almost every criminal is subject to a failure of will and reasoning power by childish and phenomenal heedlessness at the very instant when prudence and caution are most essential. It was his conviction that this eclipse of reason and will power attacked a man like a disease, develop gradually and reach its highest point just before the perpetration of the crime, continue with equal violence at the moment of the crime and for longer or shorter time after, according to the individual case, and then passed off like any other disease. The question whether the disease gives rise to the crime, although the crime of its own peculiar nature is always accompanied by something of the nature of disease, he did not yet feel able to decide. When he reached these conclusions, he decided that in his own case there could not be such a morbid reaction, that his reason and will would remain unimpaired at the time of carrying out his design, for the simple reason that his design was not a crime. We will omit all the process by means of which he arrived at this last conclusion. We have run too far ahead already. We may add only that the practical, purely material difficulties of that fear occupied a secondary position in his mind. One has but to keep all one's will-power and reason to deal with them, and they will all be overcome at the time when once one has familiarized oneself with the minute details of the business. But this preparation had never been begun. His final decisions were what he came to trust least, and when the hour struck, it all came to pass quite differently, as it were accidentally and unexpectedly. One trifling circumstance upset his calculations before he had even left the staircase. When he reached the landlady's kitchen, the door of which was open as usual, he glanced cautiously in to see Lara in Anastasia's absence. The landlady herself was there, or if not, the door to her own room was closed, so that she might not be out when he went in for the axe. But what was his amazement when he suddenly saw that Nastasia was not only at home in the kitchen, but was occupied there, taking Cluniet out of the basket and hang it on a line. Seeing him, she left off hanging the clothes, turned to him, and stared at him all the time he was passing. He turned away his eyes and paused as though he noticed nothing. But it was the end of everything. He had not the axe. He was overwhelmed. What made me think? He reflected as he went under the gateway. What made me think which she would be sure not to be at home at that moment? Why did I assume this so suddenly? He was crushed and even humiliated. He could laugh at himself in his anger, and all animal rage boiled within him. He stood hesitating into the gateway. To go into the street, to go a walk for appearance sake was revolting. To go back to his room, even more revolting. And what a chance I have lost forever, he muttered, standing aimlessly in the gateway, just opposite the porter's little dark room, which was also open. Suddenly he started. From the porter's room, 2 paces away from him, something shining under the bench to the right caught his eye. He looked about him. Nobody. He approached the room on tiptoe, then down 2 steps into and in a faint voice called the porter. Yes, not at home. Somewhere near, though, in the yard, though the door is wide open. He dashed to the axe. It was an axe, and pulled it out from under the bench. There it lay between 2 chunks of wood. At once before going out he made it fast in the noose. He thrust both hands into his pockets and went out of the room. No one had noticed him. When a reason fails, the devil helps, he thought with a strained grin. This chance raised his spirits extraordinarily. He walked along quietly and sedately, without hurry, to avoid awakening suspicion. He scarcely looked at the passers-by, tried to escape looking at their faces at all, and to be as little noticeable as possible. Suddenly he thought of his hat. Good heavens, I had the money the day before yesterday, and did not get a cap to wear instead. A curse rose from the bottom of his soul. Glancing out of the corner of his eye into a shop, he saw by a clock on the wall that it was 10 minutes past 7. He had to make haste, and at the same time to go some way round, so as to approach the house from the other side. When he happened to imagine all this beforehand, he sometimes felt what he would be very much afraid. But he was not very much afraid now, was not afraid at all indeed. His mind was even occupied by irrelevant matters, but by nothing for long. As he passed the Ciplet garden, he was deeply absorbed in considering the building of great fountains, and of their refreshing effect on the atmosphere in all the squares. By degrees he pushed to the conviction that if the summer garden were extended to the Thieves of Mars, and perhaps joined to the garden of the Mikolkovsky Palace, it would be a splendid thing and a great benefit to the town. Then he was interested by the question why in all great towns men are not simply driven by necessity, but in some peculiar way inclined to live in those parts of the town where there are no gardens, no fountains. There is more stud and smell, and all sorts of nastiness. Then his own walks through the Haymarket came back to his mind, and for a moment he wake up to reality. What nonsense, he thought. Better think of nothing at all. The probably men led to execution, clenched mentally at every object that meets them on the way, flashed to his mind, but simply flashed like lightning. He made haste to dismiss this thought. And by now he was near. Here was the house, here was the gate. Suddenly a clock somewhere struck once. What? Can it be 7:30? Impossible. It must be fast. Luckily for him, everything went well again at the gate. At that were a moment, as though expressly for his benefit, a huge wagon of hay had just driven in at the gate, completely screening him as he passed under the gateway, and the wagon had scarcely had time to drive through into the yard before he had slipped in and flashed to the right. On the other side of the wagon he could hear shouting and quarreling, but no one noticed him, and no one met at him. Many windows looking into that huge quadrangular yard were open at that moment, but he did not raise his head. He had not the strength to. The staircase leading to the old woman's room was close by, just on the right of the gateway. He was already on the stairs. Drawing a breath, pressing his hand against his throbbing heart, and once more feeling for the axe, and setting it straight, he began softly and cautiously ascending the stairs, listening every minute. But the stairs, too, were quite deserted. All the doors were shut. He met no one. One flat indeed, and the third floor was wide open, and painters were at work in it. But they did not glance at him. He stood still for a minute and went on. Of course it would be better if they had not been here, but it's 2 stories above them, and there was the 4th story. Here was the door. Here was the flat opposite, an empty one. The flat underneath, the old woman's, was apparently empty also. The wizzen and card nailed on the door had been torn off. They had gone away. He was out of breath. For one instant the thought floated through his mind, "Shall I go back?" But he made no answer and began listening at the old woman's door. A dead silence. Then he listened again on the staircase, listened long and intently. Then looked about him for the last time, pulled himself together, drew himself off, and once more tried the axe in the noose. Am I there pale? He wondered. Am I not evidently agitated? She is mistrustful. Had I better wait a little longer, till my heart leaves off thumping? But his heart did not leave off. On the contrary, though to spite him, it throbbed more and more violently. He could stand it no longer. He slowly put out his hand to the bell and rang. Half a minute later he rang again, more loudly. No answer. To going ringing was useless and out of place. The old woman was, of course, alone, but she was suspicious and alone. He had some knowledge of her habits, and once more he put his near to the door. Either his senses were peculiarly keen, which it is difficult to suppose, or the sound was really very distinct. Anyway, he suddenly heard something like the cautious touch of a hand on the lock, and the rustle of the skirt at the very door. Someone was standing stealthily close to the lock, and just as he was doing on the outside, was secretly listening to the hen, and seemed to have her ear to the door. He moved a little on purpose, and muttered something aloud, that he might not have the appearance of hiding, then rang a 3rd time, but quietly, soberly, and without impatience. Recalling it afterwards, that moment stood out in his mind vividly, distinctly, forever. He could not make out how he had had such turning, for his mind was, as it were, clouded at moments, and he was almost unconscious of his body. And an instant later he heard the latch and fasten. The door was as before, open to a tiny crack, and again 2 sharp and suspicious eyes stared at him out of the darkness. Then Raskolnikov lost his head and nearly made a great mistake. Fearing will own one would be frightened by their being alone, and not hoping that the sight of him would disarm her suspicions, he took hold of the door and drew it towards him to prevent the old woman from attempting to shut it again. Seeing this, she did not pull the door back, but she did not let go the handle, so that he almost dragged her out with it unto the stairs. Seeing that she was standing in the doorway, not allowing him to pass, he advanced straight upon her. She stepped back in alarm, tried to say something, but seemed unable to speak, and stared with open eyes at him. "Good evening, Alyona Ivanovna. He began trying to speak easily, but his voice would not obey him. It broke and shook. "I have come. I have brought something, but we'd better command to the light." And leaving her, he passed straight into the room uninvited. The old woman ran after him. Her tank was unloosed. "Good heavens, what it is? Who is it? What do you want?" "Why, Alyona Ivanovna, you know me. Or Raskolnikov here, I brought you the pledge I promised the other day." And he held out the pledge. The old woman glanced for a moment at the pledge, but at once stared in the eyes of her unwelt visitor. She looked intently, maliciously, and mistrustfully. A minute passed. He even fancied something like a sneer in her eyes, as though she had already guessed everything. He felt that he was losing his head, that he was almost frightened, so frightened that if she were to look like that, and not say a word for another half minute, he thought he would have run away from her. "Why do you look at me as though you did not know me?" he said suddenly, also with malice. "Take if you like. If not, I'll go elsewhere. I'm in a hurry." He had not even thought of saying this, but it was suddenly said of itself. The old woman recovered herself. Our hawk visitor's resolute tone restored her confidence. "But why, my good sir?" "All of the minute. What is it?" she asked, looking at the pledge. "The silver cigarette case. I spoke of it last time, you know." She held out her hand. "But how pale you are, to be sure! And your hands are trembling too. Have you been bathing or what?" "Fever," he answered abruptly. "You can't help getting pale if you've nothing to eat," he added with difficulty, articulating the words. His strength was failing him again, but his answer sounded like the truth. "What is it?" she asked once more, scanning Raskolnikov intently and waving let on her hand. "A thing, cigarette case, silver. Look at it. It does not seem somehow like silver, how he has wrapped it up." Trying to tie the string and turning to the window to the light. All her windows were shut. In spite of the stifling heat, she left him altogether for some seconds and stood her back to him. He unbuttoned his coat and freed the axe from the noose, but did not yet take it out altogether, simply holding it in his right hand under the coat. His hands were fearfully weak. He felt them every moment growing more numb and more wooden. He was afraid he would let the axe slip and fall. A sudden giddiness came over him. "But when has he tied it up like this for?" the old woman cried in vexation, and moved towards him. He had not a minute more to lose. He pulled the axe wide out, swung it to both arms, scarcely conscious of himself, and almost without effort, almost mechanically, brought the blunt side down on her head. He soon not to use his own strength in this, but as soon as he had once brought the legs down, his strength returned to him. The old woman was as always bareheaded, her thin white hair, streaked of gray, thickly smeared of grease, was plaited in a rat's tail and fastened by broke in a horn comb, which stood out on the nape of her neck. As she was so short, the blow fell on the very top of her skull. She cried out, but very faintly, and suddenly sank all of a heap on the floor, raising her hands to her head. In one hand she still held the bludgeon. Then he dealt her another and another blow of the blunt side, and on the same spot. The blood gushed as from an overturned glass. The body fell back. He stepped back, let it fall, and at once bent over her face. She was dead. Her eyes seemed to be starting out of their sockets. The brow and the whole face were drawn and contorted conversely. He laid the axe on the ground near the dead body and felt at once in her pocket, trying to avoid the streaming body, the same right-hand pocket from which she had taken the key on his last visit. He was in full possession of his faculties, free from confusion or giddiness, but his hands were still trembling. He remembered afterwards that he had been particularly collected and careful, trying all the time not to get smeared with blood. He pulled out the keys at once. They were all as before in one bunch on a steel ring. He ran at once into the bedroom with them. It was a very small room with a hall shrine of holy images. Against the other wall stood a big bed, very clean and covered with a silk patchwork quilt. Against a third wall was a chest of drawers. Strange to say, so as soon as he began to thift the keys into the chest, so as soon as he heard the jingling, a convulsive shudder passed over him. He suddenly felt tempted again to give it all up and go away. But that was only for an instant. It was too late to go back. He positively smiled at himself. Then suddenly another terrifying idea occurred to his mind. He suddenly fancied that the old woman might be still alive and might recover her senses. Leaving the keys on the chest, he ran back to the body, snatched up the axe, and lifted it once more over the old woman, but did not bring it down. There was no doubt that she was dead. Bending down and examining her again more closely, he saw clearly that the skull was broken and even battered in on the one side. He was about to feel it with his finger, but drew by his hand, and indeed it was evident without that. Meanwhile there was a perfect pool of blood. All at once he noticed a string on her neck. He tugged at it, but the string was strong and did not snap, and besides it was soaked with blood. He tried to pull it out from the front of the dress, but something held it and prevented its coming. In his impatience, he raised the axe again to cut the string from above on the body, but did not dare, and with difficulty, smearing his hand and the axe in the blood, after 2 minutes' hard effort, he cut the string and took it off without touching the body with the axe. He was no mistaken. It was a purse. On the string were 2 crosses, one of cypress wood and one of copper, and an image in silver filigree, and with them a small greasy chamois leather purse, with the steel rim and ring. The purse was stuffed very full, whereas Kolinko thrust it in his pocket without looking at it, flung the crosses on the old woman's body, and rushed back into the bedroom, this time taking the axe with him. He was in terrible haste. He snatched the keys and began trying them again, but he was unsuccessful. They would not fit in the locks. It was not so much that his hands were shaking, but that he kept making mistakes. While he saw, for instance, that the key was not the right one and would not fit, still he tried to put it in. Suddenly he remembered and realized that the big key of the deep notches, which was hanging there with the small keys, could not possibly belong to the chest of drawers. On his last visit this had strung him, but to some strong box, and that everything perhaps was hidden in that box. He lifted the chest of drawers, and at once felt under the bedstead, knowing that old women usually keep boxes under their beds. And so it was. There was a good-sized box under the bed, at least a yard in length, the thin arched lid covered with red leather and studded at steel nails. The notch key fitted it at once and locked it. At the top, under a white sheet, was a coat of red brocade lined with hareskin. Under it was a silk dress, then a shawl, and it seemed as though there was nothing below but clothes. The first thing he did was to wipe his blood-stained hands on the red brocade. It's red, and on red blood will be less noticeable. The thought passed to his mind. Then he suddenly came to himself. Good God, I am going out of my senses. He fought with terror. But no sooner he did that to the clothes than a gaunt wad slipped from under the forecoat. He made haste to turn them all over. There turned out to be various articles made of gold among the clothes, probably all pledges, unredeemed or waiting to be redeemed, bracelets, chains, earrings, pens, and such things. Some were in cases, others simply wrapped in newspaper, carefully and exactly folded, and tied round the tape. Without any delay he began filling up the pockets of his trousers and overcoat without examining or undoing the parcels and cases, but he had not time to take many. He suddenly heard steps in the room where the old woman lay. He stopped short and was still as death. But all was quiet, so it must have been his fancy. All at once he heard distinctly a faint cry, as though someone had uttered a low broken moan. Then again dead silence for a minute or two. He sat squatting on his heels by the box and waited, holding his breath. Suddenly he jumped up, seized the axe, and ran out of the bedroom. In the middle of the room stood Elizaveta with the big bundle in her arms. She was gazing in stupefaction at her murdered sister, white as a sheet, and seeming not to have the strength to cry out. Seeing him run out of the bedroom, she began faintly quivering all over, like a leaf. A shudder ran down her face. She lifted her hand, opened her mouth, but still did not scream. She began slowly backing away from him into the corner, staring intently, persistently at him, but still uttered no sound, as though she could not get breath to scream. He rushed at her with the axe. Her mouth twitched piteously, as one sees babies' mouths when they begin to be frightened, staring intently at what frightens them, and are on the point of screaming. And this hapless Lizaveta was so simple, and had been so thoroughly crushed and scared, that she did not even raise a hand to guard her face, though that was the most necessary and natural action at the moment, for the axe was raised over her face. She only put up her empty left hand, but not to her face, slowly holding it out before her, as though motioning him away. The axe fell with the sharp edge just on the skull, and split it one blow all the top of the head. She fell heavily at once. Raskolnikov completely lost his head, snatching up her bundle, dropped it again, and ran into the entry. Fear gained more and more mastery over him, especially after this second, quite unexpected murder. He longed to run away from place as fast as possible, and if at that moment he had been capable of seeing and reasoning more correctly, if he had been able to realize all the difficulties of his position, the hopelessness, the hiddenness, and the absurdity of it, if he could have understood how many obstacles and perhaps crimes he had still to overcome or to commit to get out of that place and to make his way home, it is very possible that he would have flung up everything and would have gone to give himself up, and not from fear, but from simple horror and loathing of what he had done. The feeling of loathing especially surged afresh in him, and grew stronger every minute. He would not now have gone to the box or even into the room for anything in the world. But a sort of blankness, even dreaminess, had begun by degrees to take possession of him. At moments he forgot himself, or rather forgot what was of importance, and could at trifles, glancing however into the kitchen, and seeing a bucket half full of water on a bench, he bethought him of washing his hands and the axe. His hands were sticky with blood. He dropped the axe with the blade in the water, snatched a piece of soap that lay in a broken saucer on the window, and began washing his hands in the pocket. While they were clean, he took out the axe, washed the blade, and spent a long time, about 3 minutes, washing the wood, where there were spots of blood, rubbing them with soap. Then he wiped it all with some linen that was hanging to dry on a line in the kitchen, and then he was a long while attentively examining the axe at the window. There was no trace left on it, only the wood was still damp. He carefully hung the axe and the news under his coat. Then, as far as was possible, in the dim light in the kitchen, he looked over his overcoat, his trousers, and his boots. At the third glance there seemed to be nothing but stains on the boots. He wetted the rag and rubbed the boots, but he knew he was not looking thoroughly, that there might be something quite noticeable what he was overlooking. He stood in the middle of the room, lost in thought. Dark, organizing ideas rose in his mind. The idea that he was mad, and that at that moment he was incapable of reasoning, of protecting himself, that he ought perhaps to be doing something utterly different from what he was now doing. "Good God," he muttered, "I must fly, and he rushed into the entry. But here a shock of terror awaited him, such as he had never known before. He stood and gazed and could not believe his eyes. The outer door from the stairs, at which he had not long before waited and rung, was standing unfastened and at least 6 inches open. No lock, no bolt, all that time. The old woman had not shouted after him, perhaps, as a precaution. But good God, why he had seen Lizaveta afterwards, and how could he have failed to reflect that she must have come in somehow? She could not have come to the wall. He dashed to the door and fastened the latch. But no, the wrong thing again. I must get away. He unfastened the latch, opened the door, and began listening on the staircase. He listened a long time. Somewhere far away, it might be in the gateway, 2 voices were loudly and shrilly shouting, quarreling, and scolding. Where are they about? He waited patiently. At last all was still, as though suddenly cut off. They had separated. He was meaning to go out, but suddenly, on the floor below, a door was noisily opened and someone began going downstairs, humming a tune. How is it we all make such a noise? Flashed to his mind. Once more he closed the door and waited. At last all was still, not a soul stirring. He was just taking a step towards the stairs when he heard fresh footsteps. The steps sounded very far off, at the very bottom of the stairs, but he remembered quite clearly and distinctly that from the first sound he began for some reason to suspect that this was someone coming there, to the 4th floor, to the old woman. Why? Though the sound somehow peculiar, significant, the steps were heavy, even and unhurried. Now he had passed the 3rd floor. Now he was mounting higher. It was growing more and more distinct. He could hear his heavy breathing. And now the 3rd story had been reached. Coming here, and it seemed to him all at once that he was turned to stone, that it was like a dream in which one is being pursued, nearly caught, and will be killed, and it's rooted to the spot and cannot even move one's arms. At last, when the unknown was mounting to the 4th floor, he suddenly started and succeeded in slipping neatly and quickly back into the flat and closing the door behind him. Then he took the hook and softly, noiselessly fixed it in the catch. Instinct helped him. When he had done this, he crouched holding his breath by the door. The unknown visitor was by now also at the door. They were now standing opposite one another, as he had just before been standing with the old woman when the door divided them, and he was listening. The visitor panted several times. He must be a big fat man of force of Raskolnikov, squeezing the axe in his hand. It seemed like a dream indeed. The visitor too held at the bell and rang it loudly. As soon as the tin bell tinkled, Raskolnikov seemed to be aware of something moving in the room. For some seconds he listened quite seriously. The unknown rang again, waited, and suddenly tugged violently and impatiently at the handle of the door. Raskolnikov gazed in horror at the hook shaking in its fastening. and in blank terror expected every minute that the fastening would be pulled out. It certainly did seem possible, so violently was he shaking it. He was tempted to halt the fastening, but he might be aware of it. A giddiness came over him again. I shall fall down, flashed through his mind, but the unknown began to speak, and he heard himself at once. "What's up? Are they asleep or murdered, damn them?" he bawled in a thick voice. "Hey, Alyona Ivanovna, the old witch, Elizaveta Ivanovna, hey, my beauty, open the door, or damn them, are they asleep or what?" And again in rage he tugged with all his mind a dozen times at the bell. He must certainly be a man of authority and an intimate acquaintance. At this moment Linehart's steps were heard not far off. On the stairs someone else was approaching. Raskolnikov had not heard them the first. "You don't say there is no one at home?" the newcomer cried in a cheerful, ringing voice, addressing the first visitor, who still went on pulling the bell. "Good evening, Kov." From his voice he must be quite young. Fool to Raskolnikov. "Who the devil can tell? I've almost broken the lock," answered Ko. "But how do you come to know me?" "Why, the day before yesterday I beat you 3 times running at billiards at Gambrinus." "Oh, so they're not at home? That's queer. It's awfully stupid, Woe. Where could the old woman have gone? I've come on business." "Yes, and I have business of her too." "Well, what can we do? Go back, I suppose, "And I was hoping to get some money," cried the young man. "We must give it up, of course, but what did she fix this time for? The old witch fixed the time for me to come herself. It's out of my way, and where the devil she can have got to, I can't make out. She sits here from year's end to year's end, the whole hang. Her legs are bad, and yet here, all of a sudden, she is out for a walk. Haven't we better ask the porter?" "What?" "Where she's gone and when she will be back." Damn it all, we might ask. But you know she never does go anywhere. And he once more tugged at the door handle. "Damn it all, there's nothing to be done, we must go." "Stay," cried the young man suddenly. "Do you see how the door shakes if you pull it? Well, that shows it's not locked, but fastened with a hook. Do you hear how the hook clangs? Well, why, don't you see? That proves that one of them is at home. If they were all out, we would have locked the door from the outside with the key and not with the hook from inside. They do hear how the hook is clank. To fasten the hook on the inside they must be home, don't you see? So they are sitting inside and don't open the door. Well, and so they might be," cried Cock astonished. "Where are they about in there?" And he began furiously shaking the door. "Stay," cried the young man again. "Don't pull it, Ed. There must be something wrong. Here you've been ringing and pulling at the door, and still they don't open. So either they both fainted or what? I tell you what, let's go fetch the porter. Let him wake them up. All right." Both were going down. "Stay, you stop here while I run down for the porter." "What for?" "Well, you'd better." "All right. I'm studying the law, you see. It's evident there is something wrong here." The young man cried hotly, and he ran downstairs. Koshta remained. Once more he softly touched the bell, which gave one tinkle. Then gently, as though reflecting and looking about him, began touching the door handle, pulling it and letting it go to make sure once more where it was only fastened by the hook. Then, puffing and panting, he bent down and began looking at the keyhole, but the key was in the lock on the inside, and so nothing could be seen. Raskolnikov stood keeping tight hold of the axe. He was in sort of delirium. He was even making ready to fight when they should come in. While they were knocking and talking together, the idea several times occurred to him to end it all at once and shout to them to the door. Now and then he was tempted to swear at them, to jeer at them, while they could not open the door, only make haste. With the fourth that flashed to his mind, but what the devil is he about? Time was passing, 1 minute and another. No one came. Cock began to be restless. What the devil, he cried suddenly, and impatience deserting his sentry duty, he too went down, hurrying and thumping with his heavy boots on the stairs. The steps died away. Good heavens, what am I to do? Raskolnikov unfastened the hook, opened the door. There was no sound. Abruptly, without an effort at all, he went out, closing the door as thoroughly as he could, and ran downstairs. He had gone down 3 flights when he suddenly heard the loud voice below. Where could he go? There was no way to hide. He was just going back to the flat. "Hey there, catch the brute!" Somebody dashed out of the flat below, shouting and rallathath, and ran down the stairs, bawling at the top of his voice, "Matka! Meadka! 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 Laugh at him!" The shout ended in a shriek. The last sounds came from the yard. All was still, but at the same instant several men talking loud and fast began noisily mounting the stairs. They, 3 or 4 of them. He distinguished the ringing voice of the young man. They. Filled with despair, he went straight to meet them, feeling come what must. If they stopped him, all was lost. If they let him pass, all was lost too. They would remember him. They were approaching. They were only a flight from him. And suddenly, deliverance. A few steps from him on the right, there was an empty flat with the door wide open, the flat on the 2nd floor, where the painters had been at work, and which, as though for his benefit, they had just left. It was they, no doubt, who had just run down shouting. The floor had only just been painted. In the middle of the room stood a pail and a broken pot with paint and brushes. In one instant he had whisked in at the open door and hidden behind the wall, and only in the nick of time. They had already reached the landing. When they turned and went on up to the 4th floor, talking loudly, he waited, went out on a tiptoe, and ran down the stairs. No one was on the stairs, nor in the gateway. He passed quickly to the gateway and turned to the left in the street. He knew perfectly well that at that moment they were at the flat. They were greatly astonished at finding it unlocked, as the door had just been fastened. But by now they were looking at the bodies, that before another minute had passed they would guess and completely realize that the murderer had just been there and had succeeded in hiding somewhere, slipping by them and escaping. They would guess, most likely, that he had been in the empty flat while they were going upstairs, and meanwhile he dared not quicken his pace much, though the next turning was still nearly 100 yards away. Should he slip through some gateway and wait somewhere in an unknown street? No, hopeless. Should he fling away the axe? Should he take a cab? Hopeless, hopeless. At last he reached the turning. He turned down in it more death than alive. Here he was, halfway to safety, and he understood it. It was less risky because there was a great crowd of people, and he was lost in it like a grain of sand. But all he had suffered had so weakened him that he could scarcely move. Perspiration ran down him in drops. His neck was all wet. "My word, he has been going it," someone shouted at him when he came out on the canal bank. He was only dimly conscious of himself now, and the farther he went the worse it was. He remembered, however, that on coming out into the canal bank he was alarmed at finding few people there, and so being more conspicuous, and he had thought of turning back. Though he was almost falling from fatigue, he went a long way round so as to get home from quite a different direction. He was not fully conscious when he passed through the gateway of his house. He was already on the staircase before he recollected the axe, and yet he had a very grave problem before him, to put it back and to escape observation as far as possible in doing so. He was, of course, incapable of reflecting. Would it might perhaps be far better not to restore the axe at all, but to drop it later on in somebody's yard. But it all happened fortunately. The door of the porter's room was closed, and opened it. If the porter had asked him, "What do you want?" he would perhaps have simply handed him the axe. But again, the porter was not at home, and he succeeded in putting the axe back under the bench, and even covering it with a chunk of wood as before. He met no one, not a soul, afterwards on the way to his room. The landlady's door was shut. When he was in his room, he flung himself on the sofa, just as he was. He did not sleep, but sank into the blank forgetfulness. If anyone had come into his room then, he would have jumped up at once and screamed. Scraps and shreds at once were simply swarming in his brain, but he could not cat at one. He could not rest on one in spite of all his efforts. So he lay a very long while. Now and then he seemed to wake up, and at such moments he noticed that it was far into the night, but it did not occur to him to get up. At last he noticed that it was beginning to get light. He was lying on his back, still dazed from his recent oblivion. Fearful, despairing cries rose shrilly from the street, sounds which he heard every night indeed under his window after 2 o'clock. They woke him up now. "Ah, the drunken men are coming out from the taverns," he thought. "It's past 2 o'clock." And at once he leaped up, as though someone had pulled him from the sofa. What? Past 2 o'clock? He sat down on the sofa, and instantly recollected everything. All at once, in one flash, he recollected everything. For the first moment he thought he was going mad. A dreadful chill came over him, but the chill was from the fever that had begun long before in his sleep. Now he was suddenly taken with violent shivering, so that his teeth chattered and all his limbs were shaking. He opened the door and began listening. Everything in the house was asleep. With amazement he gazed at himself and everything in the room around him, wondering how he could have come in the night before without fastening the door, and have flung himself on the sofa without undressing, without even taking his hat off. It had fallen off and was lying on the floor near his pillow. If anyone had come in, what would he have thought? That I'm drunk, but... He rushed to the window. There was light enough, and he began hurriedly looking himself all over from head to foot, all his clothes. Were there no traces? But there was no doing it like that. Shivering with cold, he began taking off everything and looking over again. He turned everything over to the last threads and rags, and mistrusting himself, went through his search 3 times. But there seemed to be nothing, no trace, except in one place, where some thick drops of congealed blood were clinging to the frayed edge of his trousers. He picked up a big clasp knife and cut off the frayed threads. There seemed to be nothing more. Suddenly he remembered that the purse and the things he had taken out of the old woman's box were still in his pockets. He had not thought till then of taking them out and hiding them. He had not even thought of them while he was examining his clothes. What next? Instantly he rushed to take them out and fling them on the table. When he had pulled out everything and turned the pocket inside out to be sure there was nothing left, he carried the whole heap to the corner. The paper had come off the bottom of the wall and hung there in tatters. He began stuffing all the things into the hole under the paper. They're in. All out of sight. And the purse too, he thought gleefully, getting up and gazing blankly at the hole which bulged out more than ever. Suddenly he shuddered all over with horror. "My God," he whispered in despair, "what's the matter with me? Is that hidden? Is that the way to hide things?" He had not reckoned on having trinkets to hide. He had only thought of money, and so had not prepared a hiding place. But now, what am I glad of, he thought. Is that hiding things? My reasons deserting me, simply. He sat down on the sofa in exhaustion, and was at once shaken by another unbearable fit of shivering. Mechanically he drew from a chair beside him his old student's winter coat, which was still warm though almost in rags, covered himself up with it, and once more sank into drowsiness and delirium. He lost consciousness. Not more than 5 minutes had passed when he jumped up a second time and at once pounced in a frenzy on his clothes again. How could I go to sleep again with nothing done? Yes, I have not taken the loop off the armhole. I forgot it, forgot a thing like that, such a piece of evidence. He pulled off the noose, hurriedly cut it to pieces, and threw the bits among his linen under the pillow. Pieces of torn linen couldn't rouse suspicion whatever happened. I think not, anyway, he repeated, standing in the middle of the room, and with painful concentration he fell to gazing about him again, at the floor and everywhere, trying to make sure he had not forgotten anything. The conviction that all his faculties, even memory, and the simplest power of reflection were failing him, began to be an insufferable torture. Surely it isn't beginning already. Surely it isn't my punishment coming upon me. It is. The frayed rags he had cut off his trousers were actually lying on the floor in the middle of the room, where anyone coming in would see them. "What is the matter with me?" he cried again, like one distraught. Then a strange idea entered his head, that perhaps all his clothes were covered with blood, that perhaps there were a great many stains, but that he did not see them, did not notice them because his perceptions were failing, were going to pieces. His reason was clouded. Suddenly he remembered that there had been blood on the purse too. There must be blood on the pocket too, for I put the wet purse in my pocket. In a flash he had turned the pocket inside out, and yes, there were traces, stains on the lining of the pocket. So my reason has not quite deserted me, so I still have some sense and memory since I guessed it of myself, he thought triumphantly, with a deep sigh of relief. It's simply the weakness of fever, a moment's delirium. And he tore the whole lining out of the left pocket of his trousers. At that instant, the sunlight fell on his left boot. On the sock which poked out from the boot, he fancied there were traces. He flung off his boots. Traces indeed. The tip of the sock was soaked with blood. He must have unwarily stepped into that pool. But what am I to do with this now? Where am I to put the sock and rags and pocket? He gathered them all up in his hands and stood in the middle of the room. In the stove? But they would ransack the stove first of all. Burn them? But what can I burn them with? There are no matches even. No, better go out and throw it all away somewhere. Yes, better throw it away, he repeated, sitting down on the sofa again. And at once, this minute, without lingering. But his head sank on the pillow instead. Again the unbearable icy shivering came over him. Again he drew his coat over him. And for a long while, for some hours, he was haunted by the impulse to go off somewhere at once this moment and fling it all away, so that it may be out of sight and done with at once. Several times he tried to rise from the sofa, but could not. He was thoroughly waked up at last by a violent knocking at his door. "Open! Do! Are you dead or alive?" "He keeps sleeping here," shouted Natasya, banging with her fist on the door, "4 whole days together. He's snoring here like a dog he is too. Open, I tell you, it's past 10. "Maybe he's not at home," said a man's voice. "Ah, that's the porter's voice. What does he want?" He jumped up and sat on the sofa. The beating of his heart was a positive pain. "Then who can have latched the door?" retorted Natasya. "He's taken to bolting himself in, as if he were worth stealing. Open, you stupid, wake up!" "What do they want? Why the porter?" "Who's discovered? Resist or open, come what may." He half rose, stooped forward, and unlatched the door. His room was so small that he could undo the latch without leaving the bed. Yes, the porter and Natasya were standing there. Natasya stared at him in a strange way. He glanced with a defiant and desperate air at the porter, who, without a word, held out a gray folded paper sealed with bottle wax. "A notice from the office," he announced as he gave him the paper. "From what office?" "A summons to the police office, of course. You know which office." "To the police? What for?" "How can I tell? You're sent for, so you go." The man looked at him attentively, looked around the room, and turned to go away. "He's downright ill," observed Natasya, not taking her eyes off him. The porter turned his head for a moment. "He's been in a fever since yesterday," she added. Raskolnikov made no response, and held the paper in his hands without opening it. "Don't you get up then," Natasya went on compassionately, seeing that he was letting his feet down from the sofa. "You're ill, and so don't go, there's no such hurry. What have you got there?" He looked. In his right hand he held the shreds that he had cut from his trousers, the sock, and the rags of the pocket. So he had been asleep with them in his hand. Afterwards, reflecting upon it, he remembered that half waking up in his fever, he had grasped all this tightly in his hand, and so fallen asleep again. "Look at the rags he's collected and sleeps with, as though he's got a gold of a treasure." And Natasya went off into her hysterical giggle. Instantly he thrust them all under his greatcoat and fixed his eyes intently upon her. Far as he was from being capable of rational reflection at that moment, he felt that no one would behave like that with a person who was going to be arrested. "But the police?" "You'd better have some tea. Yes, I'll bring it here. There's some left." "No, I'm going. I'll go at once," he muttered, getting onto his feet. "Why, you'll never get downstairs." "Yes, I'll go." "As you please." She followed the porter out. At once he rushed to the light to examine the sock and the rags. There are stains, but not very noticeable, all covered with dirt, and rubbed and already discolored. No one who had no suspicion could distinguish anything. Natasya from a distance could not have noticed, thank God. Then with a tremor he broke the seal of the notice and began reading. He was a long while reading before he understood. It was an ordinary summons from the district police station to appear that day at 9:30 at the office of the district superintendent. "But when has such a thing happened? I never have anything to do with the police, and why just today?" he thought in astonishing bewilderment. "Good God! Only get it over soon." He was flinging himself on his knees to pray, but broke into laughter, not at the idea of prayer, but at himself. He began hurriedly dressing. "If I'm lost, I'm lost. I don't care. Shall I put the sock on?" he suddenly wondered. "It will get dustier still, and the traces will be gone." But no sooner had he put it on than he pulled it off again in loathing and horror. He pulled it off, but reflecting that he had no other socks, he picked it up and put it on again, and again he laughed. "That's all conventional, that's all relative, merely a way of looking at it," he thought in a flash, but only on the top surface of his mind, while he was shuddering all over. "There, I've got it on. I have finished by getting it on." But his laughter was quickly followed by despair. "No, it's too much for me," he thought. His legs shook. "From fear," he muttered. His head swam and ached with fever. "It's a trick. They want to decoy me there and confound me over everything," he mused as he went out onto the stairs. "The worst of it is I'm almost light-headed. I may blurt out something stupid." On the stairs he remembered that he was leaving all the things just as they were in the hole in the wall. "And very likely it's on purpose to search when I'm out," he thought, and stopped short. But he was possessed by such despair, such cynicism of misery, if one may so call it, that with a wave of his hand he went on, only to get it over. In the street the heat was insufferable again. Not a drop of rain had fallen all those days. Again dust, bricks, and mortar. Again the stench from the shops and the pot-houses. Again the drunken men, the Finnish peddlers, and the half-broken-down cabs. The sun shone straight in his eyes, so that it hurt him to look out of them, and he felt his head going round, as a man in a fever is apt to feel when he comes out into the street on a bright sunny day. When he reached the turning into the street, in an agony of trepidation he looked down at the house, and at once averted his eyes. "If they question me, perhaps I'll simply tell," he thought, as he drew near the police station. The police station was about a quarter of a mile off. It had lately been moved to new rooms on the 4th floor of a new house. He had been once for a moment in the old office, but long ago. Turning in at the gateway, he saw on the right a flight of stairs, which a peasant was mounting with a book in his hand. A house porter, no doubt, so then the office is here. And he began ascending the stairs on the chance. He did not want to ask questions of anyone. "I'll go in, fall on my knees, and confess everything," he thought, as he reached the 4th floor. The staircase was steep, narrow, and all sloppy with dirty water. The kitchens of the flats opened onto the stairs and stood open almost the whole way, so there was a fearful smell and heat. The staircase was crowded with porters going up and down with their books under their arms, policemen, and persons of all sorts and both sexes. The door of the office, too, stood wide open. Peasants stood waiting within. There, too, the heat was stifling, and there was a sickening smell of fresh paint and stale oil from the newly decorated rooms. After waiting a little, he decided to move forward into the next room. All the rooms were small and low-pitched. A fearful impatience drew him on and on. No one paid attention to him. In the second room some clerk sat writing, dressed hardly better than he was, and rather a queer-looking set. He went up to one of them. "What is it?" He showed the notice he had received. "You are a student?" the man asked, glancing at the notice. "Yes, formerly a student." The clerk looked at him, but without the slightest interest. He was a particularly unkempt person, with the look of a fixed idea in his eye. There would be no getting anything out of him, because he has no interest in anything, thought Raskolnikov. "Go in there to the head clerk," said the clerk, pointing towards the furthest room. He went into that room, the fourth in order. It was a small room and packed full of people, rather better dressed than in the outer rooms. Among them were two ladies. One, poorly dressed in mourning, sat at the table opposite the chief clerk, writing something in his dictation. The other, a very stout, buxom woman with a purplish-red blotchy face, excessively smartly dressed with a brooch on her bosom as big as a saucer, was standing on one side, apparently waiting for something. Raskolnikov thrust his notice upon the head clerk. The latter glanced at it, said, "Wait a minute," and went on attending to the lady in mourning. He breathed more freely. It can't be that. By degrees, he began to regain confidence. He kept urging himself to have courage and be calm. Some foolishness, some trifling carelessness, and I may betray myself. It's a pity there's no air here," he added. "It's stifling. It makes one's head dizzier than ever, and one's mind, too." He was conscious of a terrible inner turmoil. He was afraid of losing his self-control. He tried to catch at something and fix his mind on it, something quite irrelevant, but he could not succeed in this at all. Yet the head clerk greatly interested him. He kept hoping to see through him and guess something from his face. He was a very young man, about 22, with a dark, mobile face that looked older than his years. He was fashionably dressed and foppish, with his hair parted in the middle, well combed and pomaded, and wore a number of rings on his well-scrubbed fingers, and a gold chain on his waistcoat. He said a couple of words in French to a foreigner who was in the room, and said them fairly correctly. "Louise Ivanovna, now you can sit down," he said casually to the gaily dressed, purple-faced lady, who was still standing as though not venturing to sit down, though there was a chair beside her. "Ishtanka," said the latter, and softly, with the rustle of silk, she sank into the chair. Her bright blue dress, trimmed with white lace, floated about the table like an air balloon, and filled almost half the room. She smelt of scent, but she was obviously embarrassed at filling half the room and smelling so strongly of scent, and though her smile was impudent as well as cringing, it betrayed evident uneasiness. The lady in mourning had done at last, and got up. All at once, with some noise, an officer walked in very jauntily, with a peculiar swing of his shoulders at each step. He tossed his cockaded cap on the table and sat down in an easy-chair. The small lady positively skipped from her seat on seeing him, and fell to curtsying in a sort of ecstasy, but the officer took not the smallest notice of her, and she did not venture to sit down again in his presence. He was the assistant superintendent. He had a reddish mustache that stood out horizontally on each side of his face, and extremely small features, expressive of nothing except a certain insolence. He looked askance and rather indignantly at Raskolnikov. He was so very badly dressed, and in spite of his humiliating position, his bearing was by no means in keeping with his clothes. Raskolnikov had unwarily fixed a very long and direct look on him, so that he felt positively affronted. "What do you want?" he shouted, apparently astonished that such a ragged fellow was not annihilated by the majesty of his glance. "I was summoned by a notice," Raskolnikov faltered. "For the recovery of money due from the student," the head clerk interfered hurriedly, tearing himself from his papers. "Here," and he flung Raskolnikov a document and pointed out the place. "Read that." "Money? What money?" thought Raskolnikov. "But then, it's certainly not that." And he trembled with joy. He felt sudden, intense, indescribable relief. A load was lifted from his back. "And pray what time were you directed to appear, sir?" shouted the assistant superintendent, seeming for some unknown reason more and more aggrieved. "You are told to come at 9, and now it's 12?" "The notice was only brought to me a quarter of an hour ago," Raskolnikov answered loudly over his shoulder. To his own surprise, he too grew suddenly angry and found a certain pleasure in it. "And it's enough that I have come here ill with fever. Kindly refrain from shouting." "I'm not shouting. I'm speaking very quietly. It's you who are shouting at me. I am a student and allow no one to shout at me." The assistant superintendent was so furious that for the first minute he could only splutter inarticulately. He leaped up from his seat. "Be silent! You are in a government office. Don't be impudent, sir." "You are in a government office too," cried Raskolnikov, "and you're smoking a cigarette as well as shouting, so you are showing disrespect to all of us." He felt an indescribable satisfaction at having said this. The head clerk looked at him with a smile. The angry assistant superintendent was obviously disconcerted. "That's none of your business," he shouted at last with unnatural loudness. "Kindly make the declaration demanded of you. Show him, Alexander Grigorovitch. There is a complaint against you. You don't pay your debts. You're a fine bird." But Raskolnikov was not listening now. He had eagerly clutched at the paper in haste to find an explanation. He read it once and a second time, and still did not understand. "What is this?" he asked the head clerk. "It is for the recovery of money on an IOU, a writ. You must either pay it with all expenses, costs, and so on, or give a written declaration when you can pay it, and at the same time an undertaking not to leave the capital without payment, and nor to sell or conceal your property. The creditor is at liberty to sell your property and proceed against you according to the law." "But I am not in debt to anyone." "That's not our business. Here, an IOU for 115 rubles, legally attested and due for payment, has been brought us for recovery, given by you to the widow of the assessor Zarnitsyn 9 months ago, and paid over by the widow Zarnitsyn to one Mr. Chebarov. We therefore summon you hereupon." "But she is my landlady." "And what if she is your landlady?" The head clerk looked at him with a condescending smile of compassion, and at the same time with a certain triumph, as at a novice under fire for the first time, as though he would say, "Well, how do you feel now?" But what did he care now for an IOU, for a writ of recovery? Was that worth worrying about now? Was it worth attention even? He stood, he read, he listened, he answered, he even asked questions himself, but all mechanically. The triumphant sense of security, of deliverance from overwhelming danger, that was what filled his whole soul that moment, without thought for the future, without analysis, without suppositions or surmises, without doubts and without questioning. It was an instant of full, direct, purely instinctive joy. But at that very moment, something like a thunderstorm took place in the office. The assistant superintendent, still shaken by Raskolnikov's disrespect, still fuming and obviously anxious to keep up his wounded dignity, pounced on the unfortunate smart lady who had been gazing at him ever since he came in with an exceedingly silly smile. "You shameful hussy!" he shouted suddenly at the top of his voice. The lady in mourning had left the office. "What was going on at your house last night, eh? A disgrace again? You're a scandal to the whole street. Fighting and drinking again. Do you want the house of correction? Why, I have warned you 10 times over that I would not let you off the 11th, and here you are again. Again you. The paper fell out of Raskolnikov's hands, and he looked wildly at the smart lady who was so unceremoniously treated. But he soon saw what it meant, and at once began to find positive amusement in the scandal. He listened with pleasure, so that he longed to laugh and laugh. All his nerves were on edge. Ilya Petrovitch, the head clerk, was beginning anxiously, but stopped short, for he knew from experience that the enraged assistant could not be stopped except by force. As for the smart lady, at first she positively trembled before the storm. But strange to say, the more numerous and violent the terms of abuse became, the more amiable she looked, and the more seductive the smiles she lavished on the terrible assistant. She moved uneasily and curtsied incessantly, waiting impatiently for a chance of putting in her word, and at last she found it. "There was no sort of noise or fighting in my house, Mr. Captain," she pattered all at once, like peas dropping, speaking Russian confidently, though with a strong German accent. "And no sort of scandal, and his honor came drunk, and it's the whole truth I am telling, Mr. Captain, and I am not to blame. Mine is an honorable house, Mr. Captain, an honorable behavior, Mr. Captain, and I always dislike any scandal myself. But he came quite tipsy and asked for 3 bottles again, and then he lifted up one leg and began playing the pianoforte with one foot, and that is not at all right in an honorable house, and he guns broke the piano, and it was very bad manners indeed, and I said so. And he took up a bottle and began hitting everyone with it, and then I called the porter, and Karl came, and he took Karl and hit him in the eye, and he hit Henrietta in the eye too, and gave me 5 slaps on the cheek, and it was so ungentlemanly in an honorable house, Mr. Captain, and I screamed, and he opened the window over the canal and stood in the window, squealing like a little pig. It was a disgrace. The idea of squealing like a little pig at the window into the street, fie upon him, and Karl pulled him away from the window by his coat, and it is true, Mr. Captain, he tore Sign Rock. And then he shouted that man must pay him 15 rubles damages, and they did pay him, Mr. Captain, 5 rubles for Sign Rock, and he is an ungentlemanly visitor, and caused all the scandal. I will show you up, he said, for I can write to all the papers about you. Then he was an author. Yes, Mr. Captain. And what an ungentlemanly visitor in an honorable house. Now then, enough, I have told you already. Ilya Petrovitch, the head clerk repeated significantly. The assistant glanced rapidly at him. The head clerk slightly shook his head. So I tell you this, most respectable Louise Ivanovna, and I tell it you for the last time, the assistant went on. If there is a scandal in your honorable house once again, I will put you yourself in the lock-up, as it is called in polite society. Do you hear? So a literary man, an author, took 5 rubles for his coat-tail in an honorable house. A nice set, these authors. And he cast a contemptuous glance at Raskolnikov. There was a scandal the other day in a restaurant, too. An author had eaten his dinner and would not pay. I'll write a satire on you, says he. And there was another of them on a steamer last week. Used the most disgraceful language to the respectable family of a civil councillor, his wife and daughter. And there was one of them turned out of a confectioner's shop the other day. They are like that, authors, literary men, students, town criers. Pooh! You get along. I shall look in upon you myself one day. Then you had better be careful. Do you hear?" With hurried deference, Louise Ivanovna fell to curtsying in all directions, and so curtsied herself to the door. But at the door she stumbled backwards against a good-looking officer with a fresh open face and splendid thick fair whiskers. This was the superintendent of the district himself, Nicodim Fomitch. Louise Ivanovna made haste to curtsy almost to the ground, and with mincing little steps she fluttered out of the office. "Again thunder and lightning, a hurricane," said Nicodim Fomitch to Ilya Petrovitch in a civil and friendly tone. "You are roused again, you are fuming again, I heard it on the stairs." "Well, what then?" Ilya Petrovitch drawled with a gentlemanly nonchalance, and he walked with some papers to another table with a jaunty swing of his shoulders at each step. "Here, if you will kindly look, an author or a student has been one at least, does not pay his debts, has given an IOU, won't clear out of his room, and complaints are constantly being lodged against him, and here he has been pleased to make a protest against my smoking in his presence. He behaves like a cad himself, and just look at him, please. Here's the gentleman, and very attractive he is. Poverty is not a vice, my friend, but we know you go off like powder. You can't bear a slight. I dare say you took offense at something and went too far yourself," continued Nicodim Fomitch, turning affably to Raskolnikov. "But you are wrong there. He is a capital fellow, I assure you. But explosive, explosive. He gets hot, fires up, boils over, and no stopping him. Then it's all over, and at the bottom he's a heart of gold. His nickname in the regiment was the Explosive Lieutenant." "And what a regiment it was, too!" cried Ilya Petrovitch, much gratified at this agreeable banter, though still sulky. Raskolnikov had a sudden desire to say something exceptionally pleasant to them all. "Excuse me, Captain," he began easily, suddenly addressing Nicodim Fomitch. "Will you enter into my position? I am ready to ask pardon if I have been ill-mannered. I am a poor student, sick and shattered." Shattered was the word he used. "By poverty. I'm not studying because I cannot keep myself now, but I shall get money. I have a mother and sister in the province of X. They will send it to me and I will pay. My landlady is a good-hearted woman, but she is so exasperated at my having lost my lessons and not paying her for the last 4 months that she does not even send up my dinner. And I don't understand this IOU at all. She is asking me to pay her on this IOU. How am I to pay her? Judge for yourselves." "But that is not our business, you know," the head clerk was observing. Yes, I perfectly agree with you, but allow me to explain." Raskolnikov put in again, still addressing Nicodim Fomitch, but trying his best to address Ilya Petrovitch also, though the latter persistently appeared to be rummaging among his papers and to be contemptuously oblivious of him. "Allow me to explain that I have been living with her for nearly 3 years, and at first, for why should I not confess it? At the very beginning I promised to marry her daughter. It was a verbal promise freely given. She was a girl. Indeed, I liked her, though I was not in love with her. A youthful affair, in fact. That is, I mean to say that my landlady gave me credit freely in those days, and I led a life of... I was very heedless." "Nobody asks you for these personal details, sir. We've no time to waste," Ilya Petrovitch interposed roughly and with a note of triumph. But Raskolnikov stopped him hotly, though he suddenly found it exceedingly difficult to speak. "But excuse me, it is for me to explain how it all happened. In my turn, though I agree with you, it is unnecessary. But a year ago the girl died of typhus. I remained lodging there as before, and when my landlady moved into her present quarters, she said to me, and in a friendly way, that she had complete trust in me, but still, would I not give her an IOU for 115 rubles, all the debt I owed her? She said if only I gave her that she would trust me again, as much as I liked, and that she would never, never, those were her own words, make use of that IOU till I could pay of myself. And now, when I have lost my lessons and have nothing to eat, she takes action against me. What am I to say to that?" "All these affecting details are no business of ours," Ilya Petrovitch interrupted rudely. "You must give a written undertaking, but as for your love affairs and all these tragic events, we have nothing to do with that." "Come now, you are harsh," muttered Nikodim Fomitch, sitting down at the table and also beginning to write. He looked a little ashamed. "Write," said the head clerk to Raskolnikov. "Write what?" the latter asked gruffly. "I will dictate to you." Raskolnikov fancied that the head clerk treated him more casually and contemptuously after his speech, but strange to say, he suddenly felt completely indifferent to anyone's opinion, and this revulsion took place in a flash, in one instant. If he had cared to think a little, he would have been amazed indeed that he could have talked to them like that a minute before, forcing his feelings upon them. And where had those feelings come from? Now, if the whole room had been filled not with police officers, but with those nearest and dearest to him, he would not have found one human word for them, so empty was his heart. A gloomy sensation of agonizing, everlasting solitude and remoteness took conscious form in his soul. It was not the meanness of his sentimental effusions before Ilya Petrovitch, nor the meanness of the latter's triumph over him that had caused this sudden revulsion in his heart. Oh, what had he to do now with his own baseness, with all these petty vanities, officers, German women, debts, police offices? If he had been sentenced to be burnt at that moment, he would not have stirred, would hardly have heard the sentence to the end. Something was happening to him entirely new, sudden and unknown. It was not that he understood, but he felt clearly with all the intensity of sensation that he could never more appeal to these people in the police office with sentimental effusions like his recent outburst, or with anything whatever, and that if they had been his own brothers and sisters and not police officers, it would have been utterly out of the question to appeal to them in any circumstance of life. He had never experienced such a strange and awful sensation. And what was most agonizing, it was more a sensation than a conception or idea, a direct sensation, the most agonizing of all the sensations he had known in his life. The head clerk began dictating to him the usual form of declaration, that he could not pay, that he undertook to do so at a future date, that he would not leave the town nor sell his property, and so on. "But you can't write? You can hardly hold a pen," observed the head clerk, looking with curiosity at Raskolnikov. "Are you ill?" "Yes, I am giddy. Go on." "That's all. Sign it." The head clerk took the paper and turned to attend to others. Raskolnikov gave back the pen, but instead of getting up and going away, he put his elbows on the table and pressed his head in his hands. He felt as if a nail were being driven into his skull. A strange idea suddenly occurred to him, to get up at once, to go up to Nikodim Fomitch and tell him everything that had happened yesterday, and then to go with him to his lodgings and to show him the things in the hole in the corner. The impulse was so strong that he got up from his seat to carry it out. "Hadn't I better think a minute?" flashed through his mind. "No, better cast off the burden without thinking." But all at once he stood still, rooted to the spot. Nikodim Fomitch was talking eagerly with Ilya Petrovitch, and the words reached him. "It's impossible. They'll both be released. To begin with, the whole story contradicts itself. Why should they have called the porter, if it had been their doing? To inform against themselves? Or as a blind? No, that would be too cunning. Besides, Pistryakov the student was seen at the gate by both the porters and a woman as he went in. He was walking with 3 friends who left him only at the gate, and he asked the porters to direct him in the presence of the friends. Now would he have asked his way if he had been going with such an object? As for Coke, he spent half an hour at the silversmith's below before he went up to the old woman, and he left him at exactly 7:45. Now just consider. But excuse me, how do you explain this contradiction? They state themselves that they knocked and the door was locked, yet 3 minutes later when they went up with the porter, it turned out the door was unfastened. That's just it. The murderer must have been there and bolted himself in, and they'd have caught him for a certainty if Cock hadn't been an ass and gone to look for the porter too. He must have seized the interval to get downstairs and slip by them somehow. Cock keeps crossing himself and saying, "If I had been there, he would have jumped out and killed me with his axe. He is going to have a Thanksgiving service. And no one saw the murderer?" "They might well not see him. The house is a regular Noah's Ark," said the head clerk who was listening. "It's clear, quite clear," Nikodym Fomitch repeated warmly. "No, it is anything but clear," Ilya Petrovitch maintained. Raskolnikov picked up his hat and walked towards the door, but he did not reach it. When he recovered consciousness, he found himself sitting in a chair supported by someone on the right side, while someone else was standing on the left, holding a yellowish glass filled with yellow water, and Nikodym Fomitch standing before him, looking intently at him. He got up from the chair. "What is this? Are you ill?" Nikodym Fomitch asked rather sharply. "He could hardly hold his pen when he was signing," said the head clerk, settling back in his place and taking up his work again. "Have you been ill long?" cried Ilya Petrovitch from his place, where he too was looking through papers. He had of course come to look at the sick man when he fainted, but retired at once when he recovered. "Since yesterday," muttered Raskolnikov in reply. "Did you go out yesterday?" "Yes." "Though you were ill?" "Yes." "At what time?" "About 7. "And where did you go, may I ask?" "Along the street." "Short and clear." Raskolnikov, white as a handkerchief, had answered sharply, jerkily, without dropping his black feverish eyes before Ilya Petrovitch's stare. "He can scarcely stand upright. And you," Nikodym Fomitch was beginning. "No matter," Ilya Petrovitch pronounced rather peculiarly. Nikodym Fomitch would have made some further protest, but glancing at the head clerk who was looking very hard at him, he did not speak. There was a sudden silence. It was strange. "Very well then," concluded Ilya Petrovitch, "we will not detain you." Raskolnikov went out. He caught the sound of eager conversation on his departure, and above the rest rose the questioning voice of Nikodym Fomitch. In the street his faintness passed off completely. "A search! There will be a search at once," he repeated to himself, hurrying home. "The brutes, they suspect." His former terror mastered him completely again.